Greetings, folks. My name is Coinstamp. Odd time to stream, I know, but welcome back to some more Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Hopefully everybody is doing well in both health and in spirit today. Hope you guys all enjoy your stay. Let's just... well, I guess before we get started, right, there's the matter of thanking our subscribers and donators. I'd like to thank Devious Grace for their 3 gift subs this month. Because of you, I actually got my payout. So I'm really deeply appreciative of that. Thank you so incredibly much. And while I don't have any current people who've made one-off donations, I would like to thank people who've made them in the past. Your contributions mean more than I could possibly state in 2 words. Without further ado, let's just go ahead and see what kind of, how much am I going to have to reconfigure my setup before we get started, Okay, I think I'm in the right position. I did get new headphones today, or yesterday, rather. Unfortunately, there's no, volume adjustment, so we might have to, pick our battles about what's too loud and too quiet, as I do listen to the game through OBS itself, and there is only but so much I can do to increase or decrease volumes accordingly. Last time, we finished up the tour of Akkalan. We managed to get ourselves a dragon scale from Dinral. And we went to the Spring of Power. We saw the memory where Zelda was asking herself, why doesn't she hear or feel anything from the spirits, from the goddesses themselves, even though her mother and her grandmother both did. We did all that. We finished activating the Ancient Tech Lab, and then we could finally start having our fun with unlocking shrines and stuff. A lot of good, clean fun is to be had, and I can see already that monitoring this is going to be a lot harder. How much? Maybe I can adjust the internal volume? Let me try that. That way you guys still get the same volume, but the person having to deal with worrisome stuff is yours truly. Now, I've not managed to activate or to color code the Twitch rewards yet, but I did add a couple of new ones, mainly in the form of well, they're all labeled as new, and I don't know why posture check is new, other than the fact that I accidentally changed something. But let's redeem one of these now.
It's against the law.
Yes, a lot of these were pink audio redemption, or pink channel point redeems, because I think those are the easiest things to tinker around and have fun with. And speaking of things that we have to tinker around and have fun with, okay, and the last one is the Ancient Bow. At least their ancient gear works in the weather, everybody. Today we're going to begin in earnest our conquest of the Koroks. We're going to begin trying to work out all of the intricacies that result from needing to go and deal with them. If you guys want to follow along, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, please feel free to type in exclamation mark. Okay, if you're on Twitch, type in exclamation mark BOTWMAP and you'll get the interactive map. For you guys on YouTube, just use an asterisk BOTWMAP and you'll get the same interactive map. I use this to help me locate Korok seeds, or if we have enemies that we need to fight or something. Like, a lot of Stalnoxes are difficult to spot unless you happen to be active at night. All of this is very much facilitated by the active map, or by the interactive map and everything. Speaking of, though, the first thing we should probably do is go to the stable, because there are probably quests to be had at the stable. I am gonna try to be a bit quieter, so because it's 1 o'clock in the morning, so I'm not gonna be all that chatty. And it is Friday. First, I guess I should probably apologize for that. I crashed out real hard after dinner. I needed my rest. Apparently, at least my body told me I needed a rest anyway. All I wanted was like a 1 or 2 hour nap. Nah, fam. I woke up at 11:30, was like, crap. So no doubt tonight's stream should be this morning's stream should be especially quiet, but that's fine. That's totally fine. You guys always have the VODs that you can watch, and I'm always grateful for people who do watch the VODs. Hello there, traveler. Welcome to our stable. You will stay a while, won't you? If you have a horse, we can help you change its gear or mane style. We're always happy to meet new horses, so stop on by. Yeah, all the stables pretty much come equipped with this service for the most part. There's always someone actually tending the horses.
Oh.
Ayo, who are you? I'm a humble traveler. Show off. Traveling alone to a place like this, you must be a man who sets his mind on something and then gets it done. No, not at all. Anyway. Oh, that sword you have there, could it be? It's legendary. Ha! You must be joking. I hear that legendary sword is hidden deep in a forest, but no one has ever returned from that forest. How could a twig like you find it? I'm gonna go after that legendary sword, so just stay out of my way. Sir, I have the sword.
Oh.
What if I say it's a fake? Right. Here, the legendary sword is hidden deep in a forest. Alright, well, chat, my senators and inductees, excuse me, we tried. We tried so hard to display something to him that would, you know, quell his fears. Didn't work, don't believe it.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome. Yes, Beetle, which Beetle you're gonna buy for me now? Yes, give me a meat and rice bowl. And I want whatever you have for sale. Definitely want these hardy lizards. I want everything you have, good sir.
Wow. Yay. Yeah. Wow. Yay. Wow.
I'm good, Beetle, but thank you very much for your offer. Now that we have that, though, we gotta go back to the Akkalan span, because there is a Korok seed, kind of like here, probably under the bridge, if I had to guess. Let's just start hoofing it, I suppose. But before that, gotta find a guardian weapon or something that maybe we could just temporarily use it to break something up. Yeah, that sounds good. Just very quickly. Okay, now very quickly. Thank goodness. Don't worry, I will come up with some new purple channel point redeems, but those do take a bit longer. I have to think about what will be good in terms of the channel point redeems. I don't want to be accused of copying people, because channel point redeems are kind of like the artistic flourish, and people do get somewhat upset. if you copy an artistic flourish. I think I might make one of the redemptions like apply to be a VIP. That way, if I ever put the channel on emote only mode, you know, you can still talk through it, albeit at a very, very reduced rate. I don't know if I necessarily want to do a bunch of the other channel point redemptions that people tend to have on the high end, because I gotta tell you, I've heard horror stories of people who are like, schedule a physical meetup at with this many channel points, and hoo boy, there are people who have, you know, found their death that way, and I don't want to add to that. As always, there are 3 commands that you guys can use in order to enhance your Korok counting experience, and I'll use it to keep a tally on things if nothing else. Seed sow, exclamation mark seed sow will set the Korok counter to something specific. Any number. Just don't throw in letters or it doesn't work. It has to be numbers only. Seed grow, exclamation mark seed grow, and exclamation mark seed shrink will increase or decrease the counter by 1. And I even have a nice little sound effect if, what do you want to bet it's like? Yeah, it's this. Okay, I know what we're doing. No, I want a nice fresh start. Yeah, I thought that might be what's under here. Our next one is like up here, and you could kind of make it out if I move my cursor away from it. There's like a little, if I put a corner as like reference, it's like pulsing at it. You guys may or may not be able to see the arrows pointing at like a little string of rocks. Yeah, there's a rock ring here. Let's go ahead and do that one next, and then we can take a break with some enemy fighting, because that's fun. Nice, nice, so nice. For those of you on the Discord, I did go ahead and update the thumbnails, so now you guys have the thumbnails you're supposed to have. So, one neat little thing, I like to let my viewers or my audience in on the thumbnails I make. If you are a subscriber on Twitch, or you're a Patreon or Coffee member, then I definitely make sure that those are available. Let's do the stasis check. See if we can just find the stone real quick. Ideally without too much kerfuffle. Yeah, I thought there might be a rock. Of course it would be far away. It's fine. It's like one of the other... Nice, nice. I love that for me. No. Great. Alright, boys, you've had your fun. Thank you, but I am very much not interested. Now, where did our rock end up running off to? Not down there. No, maybe it did go down there. Yeah, you know what? It did tumble. Yep, here it is. Let's freaking go. Yeah, I like to tell or give people, you know, some, like, it's the usual content creator thing of, you know, providing thumbnails or certain material in advance. I have to figure out how I'm gonna start resuming the Dragon Quest Let's Play, but that's my next step, is to kind of get used to, because apparently the job just took a lot more out of me than I was expecting. I'm recovered now, but it did take a lot. That is probably a call to update this. I'll probably just use speed set rather than try to increment this every time, but I mean, gotta happen sometime. This is probably a Stalnox if I had to guess. I just think it makes a lot of sense if that is in fact the case, because it's in the middle of a clearing, it's below like a great site of battle. I think it makes more sense, but no, it's a living one. That's neat. Alright, let's go ahead and whip out one of the high attack power claymores. Save before we do anything. Yeah, that hurt a lot. I'm not surprised. Do we have any food we could eat? I'm sure we have something. And we can probably discard the silver scale spear and grab ourselves a nice hefty broadsword. I'm gonna keep the flame spear. Oh, hello. I don't know what the heck the game decided it was gonna do there, but I'm certainly glad I'm gonna grab that bow as well. Now we have plenty of ranged equipment to work with. Okay, so we did that one. Where's the next one? Probably like up here. Looks like it. Let's see if I can zoom in closer on my map here. Okay, yeah. It's like here. As soon as we get close, we'll put on the climbing gear and everything. That'll be real fun. Try to get up there and you know, not get shot at by guardians. That's gonna be a fun pastime. I don't know. I think I should be capable of going 4 hours, but I may call the stream early if I want to go get laundry done. I may also definitely be, you know, gone a bit longer than usual during my first break so that I can, get my laundry started for today, as, I'm gonna be going out somewhere. And, I've gone a little bit too long without doing my laundry. I know people that have gone a whole month and a half without doing laundry, and I've barely gone 2 weeks. So as far as I'm concerned, I am definitely... I'm not in ick territory yet, for me personally, but I am getting there. So I definitely need to do at least one round of laundry, and I just never got around to it yesterday. Thursday's my typical laundry day at the house. I typically try to do my laundry then, but... well, I had a lot on my mind yesterday. As everyone probably knows, Kennedy did his famous, his now very controversial speech about autists. I'm not a fan of that speech. It paints autists in a very bad light. It infantilizes us. Granted, some of us are legitimate infants. There are autists who have been severely affected by it. They can't take care of themselves. They need constant help. Families do have to shell out a lot of money. Like, I get that. I get that argument. There should be some recognition of pain and suffering, but not. It's not like it's an autist's fault that that happens. But the thing is, people talk about finding the causes of autism like it's something to be eradicated. It's not. But I do get wanting to help against the more severe cases of it. There's definitely a line that should not be crossed, and I am not confident that Kennedy is not going to cross it at all. Because level 3 autism is particularly debilitating. It just is. That is a single ancient guardian arrow. Guardian. Hold on. But I shoot you out of the sky. One shot, one kill. And we need some gears and screws anyway, so hunting down ancient guardians is certainly not the worst thing we could be doing with our time. So our next one is basically like up here. So why don't we go to the Akkalan Tower so we're not having to kill a whole bunch of guardians? We kind of go from there. 696. Let's do it like that. There we go. Incrementer all set and everything. Don't worry, we won't be up here in the frozen tundra that long, Link. You can handle it. Okay, so now, like, here, basically, yeah, it's like up there. That makes sense. I want autists to know that this place is safe for you. You can be here. It's okay to let down your guard and to engage in the tisms that, to engage in the tics that make you, you. I mean, I do my best not to exhibit it, but sometimes I do get caught up in echolalia, like repeating the same things over and over and over and over again. Usually I'm pretty good about mitigating that, so it's, you know, in private or whatever. I don't repeat it. I tend not to repeat things when I'm on camera or in public. I'm good about masking that up if needed. So now we look, it's at the top of a tree, right? Never mind. Of course it's a dead-ass rock. Why wouldn't it be? Okay, and down here somewhere, if I look, it's like over there somewhere. want to let this charge up. Might need to use a sword rather than do anything else. Yeah, spears are great for, like, lighting sconces and stuff, but they're pretty bad at burning things. Okay, we're gonna go back up to the tower. Should be 698 now. We got a nice little noise that'll play at 900, which will be nice. It'll be part of our nice little celebration. But yeah, Otis, I want you to know that my place is a safe haven for you. You know, be careful about not breaking the law, or make sure you don't break the law. If there are certain things you can't do, don't do them. Like, be smart. But there are plenty of things that you can do here that I think would fall under, you know, whatever protected rights you're supposed to have. Alternatively, you can come join the Discord, and then you could let down more of your more of the ticks that make you you, if that's what you want to do. It's like, it's gotta be here, or it's gotta be at the top of this tree. No, that's not really it. Okay, I'm looking for... Of course. More pile of leaves. And then somewhere down here is a little metallic door. Works for me. It's okay to talk about your obsessions here. You know, even if they're hyper-obsessive, it's fine. I want people to know that this is a a mostly corpo-friendly space where autists are free to be themselves. I consider myself very lucky that for the most part, I can pass. I can pass under... Someone would have to know my medical history to know that I'm an autist. Or, you know, people would have to blab about it. In a large enough volume that it's a problem. I'm willing to bet that it's another leaf pile. That's what this is. Yeah, look. Another rock. Okay, that's all the ones that are actually on the Akkalan Citadel ruins. We've actually managed to take care of those. So now what we're gonna do is we can start roaming around the wetland area, or we can but what we can actually do is start going toward the parade grounds. So there's that one. Our next one is like here, and I'm willing to bet there's a balloon or something. So LFG, everybody. $701. There we go. Our count should be accurate now. I think it's nice to have this on the screen, and I wish it didn't take me 600 Korok seeds or 680 something Korok seeds to do this, but, you know, I'm like, okay, you know, I'll just teleport out real quick and I'll tell you what it is, but it's much better to just have the indicator below the screen and everything. I will have to move it once we get Urbosa's Fury, but, you know, we'll deal with that, when we cross that bridge and not before, because everybody does like the camera to be sort of in the middle of the screen. I might have to put it, you know, I could probably just switch sides, but then my face gets covered up. It's weird. It's definitely weird. I don't know what I'm gonna do about the structuring. This is kind of why I like to have my overlays be like, it's so circa 2006 where, you know, you got, it's like a speedrunner panel, man. I'm like, yes, but the speedrunner panels understand not to obscure the game screen with unnecessary stuff. Like, I think that philosophy of not muddying the waters with, not muddying the waters with the overlays or with the game display makes a lot of sense. All right, is there a... This is it. Definitely an Octorok. Okay, we found you. Yeah, take that, you frickin' Octorok. Okay, there's nothing there. It's closer to this side of the bridge now that I'm thinking on it. Aha! Yep, I see it. You thought you could get away. Our next one is kind of like over here. And we should see it once we get a bit closer. What would a fire enchanted blade do in the water? I'm actually... if we could have, like... I know if you work super hot metal and dunk it into water, there's a bunch of steaming and the metal cools super quick. But I'm curious what would happen if something were just, you know, magically enchanted. I guess that's kind of a hard thing I'm describing. Like, magic in our world doesn't exist. So I'm curious as to... I see you. I would be curious what would happen if, you know, we had a Shadowrun type scenario where, you know, the world woke up. The world became a more magical place. Some people woke up and they were orcs, or trolls, or elves, or dwarves. And not dwarves, like gnomes? I'm fairly confident Shadowrun uses the dwarf, like, racial subtype. And I'm talking about it in the fantasy sense, not Peter Dinklage. Not the real world dwarf. Dwarfism in humans already exists. Okay, is this how we want to do things, game? I guess it is. And please, show the real dwarves of this world some proper respect. Don't belittle or patronize them. That's just wrong on all levels as a decent human being. Just don't do it. This world is filled with so much indecency lately. I think the last thing we should be doing is adding to it. This we do not live long lives, everybody. The world is too short for hate. Okay, we did have that one. We might as well head here. There's yet another Korok seed. $703. That's not worth an update. I'll try to do it over the break or whatever. Plus, these new headphones are like half the length of the previous ones. So I really can't be rolling around and moving over this way and that way. I just don't have the latitude for it. I'm gonna guess... We saw this earlier. There's apples here? Yeah, there's apples. No, you stop that. And you in particular should stop that. Alright, let's sort that, find an apple. And I think we should probably start by heading south first. But I guess there's probably enough of a reason. Yeah, this cluster of trees feels too suspicious. We're gonna have to pluck apples, aren't we? I guess let's find out. Yeah, look, they're all like right next to each other. Yeah, it's definitely apple time, everybody. Get out your Apple Watches, your Apple smartphones, and let's get to appling, everybody. Now, which one are we trying to make look the same? This one, and we want to leave this branch alone. Let's get that apple. And then we want to just climb the tree and pluck all the others. There we go. That wasn't too difficult. Okay. They're actually a bit spread out in Akkalan, at least this, like, initial, like, wave of them. Our next one is, like, actually over here somewhere. Yeah, okay, it's, like, here-ish. We might as well, like, come in toward the Akkalan Lake region. I think that's a fine way of tackling the Koroks. Stop. Quit your howling. No one needs to know. Shh. It'll all be over soon. I think I remember Akkalan being particularly known for armor ants, so here's hoping we find a few more, We'll also, we'll be hunting every step of the way as well. Dang it. Okay, we had like a couple. Too bad the stasis check doesn't particularly work on that. Saddening, but hardly not the worst thing in the world. Ah, I think I see what we need to do, but there's also an interesting rock formation up there. I wonder if there's like a treasure chest or something contained in it. Oh, we almost have to anticipate it. That's one. Okay, so when it hides behind the tree, we want to prepare to fire. And we need to aim a little bit upward anyway. It's like that's a little bit too late. It has to be... Yeah, it has to be like that. Now, where's the third one? Over there? We want to whip out the phrenic bow for this one. Just a little bit too early. It has to be like here. If I could hurry it up, that would be great. Come on. Okay. That was irritating as all get out, but whatever. Okay, and it's rain. That's fine. We can make do with rain. Let's see. Next one's like basically due south. Yeah, it's like here-ish. Well, I guess we got a mountain to climb. Don't worry, we'll be getting the shrine. It's right above Ulria Grotto. I know where it is, because I was here last time when we were streaming this all those many years ago. Oh, hello. I'm glad I looked. Come to Papa. Give me some sapphire. Oh, what do you know? Ask and you shall receive in this game. Ask and you shall receive. Nice. There's like a rock. Yeah, I thought there might be a rock underneath that. Can we push this? Kinda. We're gonna be better off, like, just using stasis, but I might be able to wriggle out of not wasting weapon durability. It's so close. Yeah, I tried. Okay, next one's like over here-ish. I hope you guys are enjoying the gameplay. We are, mostly back to just doing generic Breath of the Wild stuff for a couple of days. Because it's nice to advance plot and get memories, but by and large, if you're playing this game for your first time, exploring the apocalypse that is, the post-apocalypse that is Hyrule is, more or less what you're gonna be doing. It's kind of an aimless wandering, right? You don't really know where you're going. Is this, this is like, it's gotta be in a tree. Okay. It's like, oh, it's this tree. Yeah, it's exactly this tree. This tree is like super tall. Dang it. If we dip into our extra stamina, that's okay. Okay, now if we look down here... Yeah, the next one's actually like way over in a secluded area. It's like back here-ish. How we best want to do it? Going this way, maybe? Once we get the correct gear on. Yeah, we certainly don't want to be making too much of a noisy approach if we can at all help it. No, we don't want to climb that. Thank you, but no. You, come over here. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna be we're gonna need a Thunderblade to do what we want to do. This is too hilarious. This poor guy. Imagine just sitting there being aware that you're frozen and paralyzed, and you just can't do anything about it. That is like a miserable death, to be sure. Okay, now we should be able to cover some extra ground. That's always nice when the nighttime bonus shows up, and we don't need the Phrenic bow right now. Come on. That's one of you. Alright, yep, let's not do this. There's only so much I'm willing to spend on, you know, one-shotting, stall enemies, and then you realize that that's just not reasonable. You gonna sleep? I don't want to do it. Sorry, mate. I just need you dead. Any way I can accomplish it. Any way at all. I wonder if we're gonna find a few more slumbering, isolated, moblins this way. Hello, Nadra. Nice to see you. Nice. I see. So there's just a whole... well, if we wanted our Thunderblade, we'll be able to have it. Yeah, give me this. I always did love pushing these guys around. Good night, Sir Moblin. Good night. I barely knew ye. Okay, so we have the metal chest. That's here. No, a mysterious stone fragment that fell from the sky. It looked like it would fetch a good price. I can't read today, apparently, but you may be able to use it in certain recipes as well. What do you? I'm willing to bet that there's like a super tree. Might be that one even.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
I want to thank everybody so incredibly much for hanging around with me today. I really, really do appreciate it. If you guys like this content and you hadn't considered doing so, please follow on Twitch. You get free emotes just for your trouble. Additionally, if you're on YouTube, please consider subscribing and liking the VOD, making sure that what is this? There is a there are a set of bombable rocks. I just don't know where they are. It's like, is it like up here? Let's test our theories, our assumptions, shall we? Nice. Yeah, we gonna need to wear the appropriate stuff. That's just a little too tall for us. Should have done that earlier, but I misjudged the height on the rocks there. Now, we do play ads on this channel. We run 3-minute ad breaks, gives me time to get up and stretch. I only run ads during this. There are only 2 times I run ads. One is during the ad break, which again is 3 minutes. There will be a nice timer on the screen and everything. And when I usually come back at the end of that timer, maybe plus or minus 5 seconds, since all the timers seem to have like a possible 5-second delay. But I do come back at the end of those. The only other time I run ads is when I have to step away from my desk for what might presumably be longer than about 10 seconds. And my coffee is all gone. And in which case, I've got commands for that. I've got a short and a medium length one. If I have to run an ad break early, like if I have to run a super long ad break early, I'm probably not doing something right. Where are these bombable rocks? They're like here, right? Oh no, I missed them. I went too far down this way. It's like here, and I just never noticed I bypassed it. Yeah, there we go. Got it. Now, our next one is actually not until, like, here. Who knows what that one's going to be, but we might as well get moving. We got about 2 minutes, maybe a bit less than that, before the ad break shows up. So I do want to get at least as far as I can. As long as enemies aren't interrupting him at every single step, we should be okay. Should be. We will need to sleep at the at Zora's domain if I would like to get my bonus health and stamina back, but that can happen when we've gotten to the shrine, not before. Thank you so much for stopping by, Andrew Brightwell. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. I'm glad you could make it here. Welcome on in. Hope you enjoy. We're just getting ready to take our ad break. We've got maybe 10 seconds before we do so. So, please tell me a bit more about yourself if you're willing, while we take said ad break, since we're multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube at the same time and everything. Got maybe 30 seconds. Oh, never mind. Even less. See you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Oh, and also thank you so much for the um follow and subscription on Twitch and YouTube respectively. my activity feed, and apparently alerts have been malfunctioning as of late. I don't understand why they're doing this. But thank you. I really appreciate it, and I hope you continue to enjoy your stay here. Let's see if I can't fix that. That was a follow, wasn't it? Okay, nope. That's why the follow event doesn't have a sound. It's just a text. It's just text stuff. Okay. I probably should put a sound on that, even if I'm the only one to hear it. At least I'll hear it. Let's go ahead and get back to the game, because that's what people care about. How are things in your part of the ocean/world, Mr. Brightwell, if you don't mind my asking? And of course, if you want to sit back and lurk too, that's totally fine. I'm not trying to compel anyone to talk or anything. I want people to know that it is perfectly okay to lurk. I'm just merely trying to make conversation here. That's all. I always try to get to... I always like to try to get to know my audience a bit better whenever possible. Like, are you familiar with the Breath of the Wild franchise or the Legend of Zelda franchise? Are you new or a veteran to Breath of the Wild? I've had people of all walks, come in and share that. Breath of the Wild's a great game. I think the 100% experience does hold it back a lot, specifically in relation to the Koroks. There did not need to be 900 of them, or, there could have been more of a big hubbub about all 900 of them. Let's go ahead and... Okay, gotta watch ourselves here. One really super fun combo that you can do with this game is you can use your frost and shock weapons in order to deliver a very painful electric explosion, which will cause the enemies to always pretty much be scrambling for their weapons at all times. And you can do it in such a way that you can just constantly keep them dropping their weapons. It's amazing, especially if they happen to drop them each time. It's not a guarantee that they drop their weapons, but there's a pretty high chance. Okay, we have to move quickly. Be careful. Let them come. Oh, okay. Maybe don't let them come that much. Let's not do that. Keep this. I'm from the East Coast and work nights. I should probably say, I don't usually stream at this time of night. I'm normally an afternoon person, but I am trying to, I want to make sure I'm doing my due obligation for streaming and everything. You're from the East Coast and work nights? That's awesome. No problem. Anytime. Have I seen Breath of the Wild on Switch 2? I've seen some photos. I am aware there's a definitive edition. It does look better on the Switch 2. I will definitely grant you that. It does look better on the Switch 2. My issue with Breath of the Wild on the Switch 2 is that this is a blatant monetary grab. That's the thing I don't like about this. Especially since you're effectively paying $80 or $90 just for the graphical enhancements and some light features. I think it's kind of a scam. or at the very least, it's not a scam. A scam is a bit too severe. You're definitely not getting your money's worth. Although Breath of the Wild is a fantastic game, I'm not sure I would want to pay for it again. And also, there are some rumors, I don't know if they're true, but there are some rumors about Breath of the Wild 2 that the DLC, like the Champion's Ballad and the Trials of the Sword, are both not included in the definitive edition, which if that is true, not saying it is, but if it's allegedly true, then that's insane. You're paying $90 or $80 to get less content. I get it. The tariffs are agony. They're awful. Oh, and speaking of which, here's my American tax. I am deeply sorry for the things happening in the world right now. They are, blatantly our administration's fault. I did not vote for this at all. Just, my audience is primarily European or like Oceania, that sort of sphere, so I'm making sure I'm paying my due diligence. I'll definitely be doing more than just apologies, because that's not sufficient, but it's at least something until I get the ability to vote in the local elections, because that's going to be how the damage is mitigated, at least for now. Yep, preach. Yeah, I hate saying it, and prior to this administration, I've never felt shame because of where I was born before. I've always felt frustration with the administrations in that I've never really bought into the America is the best place on earth Kool-Aid, but I certainly didn't think we were this awful. But I don't want to get geopolitical more than I already have been. I've kind of been trying to follow a new standard about that. I'm not I certainly don't want to discourage geopolitical or philosophical discussion or anything, specifically geopolitics. I'm trying to relegate that to the Discord where we can kind of all, get heated and cool off about that stuff. Nah, that's not good for the channel. We want subs from everyone. TM. Indeed. Absolutely. Let me go back and reply to your previous sentence, though. You have to be Nintendo Plus or whatever? Oh, great. A subscription. Cool. Which, I've bought the DLC, but I am not a Nintendo Plus person. That's kind of hard to maintain. I could try to maintain it monthly, but it's always better if you just pay for that stuff by the year. And $120... I might be thinking of Nintendo Online and not the Plus. The Plus is like just a whole separate thing. I'm not buying the... This just leaves a bad taste in my mouth, I guess is the fastest way I know to say it. I'm happy that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom both got included in the Switch 2. I'm happy to see some of those titles make it to the Switch 2. The console price is whatever, but I'm not happy about the increased price for the game and possibly getting less unless you're part of a specific club. This reeks of... How do I word this? What's a good example of this? Bethesda. Bethesda Studios. That damn horse armor. It all started with the horse armor, I tell you. But... Bethesda Studios, when Todd Howard basically minted and published Skyrim 3 separate bloody times, that's what this reminds me of. For better or worse. Probably worse because of the tariffs and other stuff now, but it just feels cheap. But I hope people get some measure of happiness from Breath of the Wild 2 for the definitive edition for the Switch. I want everybody to enjoy themselves. Let's get out of the combat, and then we can, keep moving and keep talking. Just to do a bit of bookkeeping about what the stream and what the game is being worked towards. We are going toward 100% completion, getting all of the Korok seeds, shrines, all of the various part containers. We've already got all the stamina wheels we're gonna get, but we want to have at least seen every weapon, fill the Hyrule Compendium and all that sort of stuff. Like, I'm really trying to sink in to the deep, like a lot of the deep stuff underneath Breath of the Wild, because I think there's a lot of good things to talk about. World events for the re-release of the game notwithstanding, I think Breath of the Wild is definitely going to be a modern cult classic of a game. I think it's an experience that everybody should definitely experience at least once. I think Breath of the Wild is that important of a game in gaming history. I really do. And specifically as it relates to Nintendo fans. Let's see if I can keep this up. Yeah, how about that? This is just my favorite thing to do in the game. My favorite thing is just this combo all the time. And this wasn't even really what we were trying to do, but I mean, when you gotta can't be set by 6 Lizalfos, what else are you gonna do? You gotta do something to get out of all of the bad stuff that could possibly happen to you. Here's a thought-provoking question. What is everyone's favorite enemy in Breath of the Wild, if they have one? Me personally, I've always been the largest fan of the I like the Hinoxes. Well, actually, I guess it's not being intellectually honest. I'm more of a Lionel person. And I guess to explain that a bit more, I am a, there we go. And thank you, Seribot, for banning that bot. Thank you very much. I was formerly an Elden Ring Reforged challenge runner. Reforged is a overhaul mod for Elden Ring. So I am very much used to game difficulty. I've also challenge run Dark Souls 3 and have played a lot of the Dark Souls games. The only ones I haven't played are Demon Souls and Bloodborne, both of which I want to play, but your boy is broke. I could only play but so many games. And considering I've had this Sekiro experience, that's at very least, I don't think I'm missing out that much. Although I do want to play Bloodborne. My sibling, even my own sibling, who's played Bloodborne, says I should play Bloodborne. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for your Tier 1 subscription. Please enjoy the benefits that come along with the Tier 1 subscription. You get 5 free emotes. And you do also get some Discord benefits. Did that circulate around somewhere? It did, but just in case, a lot of our benefits for the Tier 1 package are Discord derived. So if you want to experience the full Monty of the benefits packages, please consider joining the Discord. I'm not gonna make anyone join the Discord, of course. It's free, the onboarding is automatic, and even the subscriber roles are automatic now. But I am trying to work on cultivating the Discord, one heart, one mind at a time. I think we've built up a pretty nice community. Let's go ahead and get that link. There we go. Not going to make anyone utilize it, but I do have a lot of resources in there. I've got places for people to look up commands. I've got places for people to put up photos or talk about stuff, and even a forum style gallery for the deeper conversations if people want to have those. And thank you. Also, I'll be putting your name on a plaque for this month when we get to it. It'll go on this plaque right here. I do that. I pretty much call those out at the start of every stream that I've done, with hardly few exceptions. Just thank you. That subscription means a lot. Let me go ahead and read this mention, and then we'll keep it moving. It's not the GOAT Zelda IMO, but a great game. Yeah, it is great. I will definitely agree with you on that. What do I think the GOAT Zelda game is? Tough question. I'm glad you asked that, because I guess this gets into the favorite game territory. Now, my favorite game is Skyward Sword, particularly as it relates to the HD remaster. I like the expressive art style, I like the story, and I like even Fi included, because Fi in the remaster is a lot better. I just overall like the setting. But if you're asking me what I think the GOAT game probably is, oh man, that feels like a grab that fairy. My first instinct is to say Ocarina of Time, because I just think it's the game everyone knows more than anything else. Or maybe A Link to the Past. Or maybe even Twilight Princess. But out of those three, I definitely think Ocarina of Time is just got such a nostalgia following for it that it's hard not to say. But I think if I were to take a closer look, and if people were to take a closer look, they might actually, come around and realize that perhaps Majora's Mask is the underrated GOAT all along game of the year, for those who don't know the acronym. Because Majora's Mask is built on the same engine. It's got a lot more stuff you can do. It's got a mini quest system. The time management isn't the greatest sell of the game, but it does help with the storytelling a lot. It's hard not to say good things about the way that Majora's Mask handles things, and it's a cleaner engine. There's fewer coding errors in it. For those who maybe aren't in the know about the Ocarina of Time game as a whole, and this is this isn't like pick at the the dev team at that time or anything. You do what you got to do to release a product, right? But under the hood, and especially as people have begun working on decomp, there's a ton of spaghetti code that's been found, and the decomp version of the game attempts to fix that stuff, or at least untangle the spaghetti. Decomp is a much better version of the game, unless you're a Ship of Harkinian follower or someone who plays the Ship of Harkinian PC port. That one, I think, is going to go down as the best version of Ocarina of Time ever, but that's me personally. Brightwellette says, Ocarina of Time is my childhood. It was also mine. I'm right there with you. But you're okay with MM being the dark horse? I certainly think it is. I don't think it should be undersold. Twilight Princess would be a close second for me. I generally like Twilight Princess. I enjoyed the gritty, dark atmosphere. Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword often tap dance around each other in terms of my favorite spot for the favorite games. This game notwithstanding. All three of them are good. Skyward Sword, oof. You love Zelda and the lore, but that was not my game at all. I totally get that. It's definitely not everyone's game, and a lot of people have, carry the memory of the original release with them when Nintendo was super handholdy. a lot of people, you have to do a lot to make people hate a character more than Navi, but you can do it. And Fi was that character, and I was so sad that Fi became like the most hated tutorial helper ever. Because she has a really, like, it's a subtly deceptive story. And she's the reason the Master Sword is the way it is. Wind Waker was way better than Skyward Sword. It's hard not to like Wind Waker. I don't know. For me, Wind Waker is... I definitely like the art direction. I enjoyed the expressiveness of the characters, and I did generally like the dungeon design. I'm doing the Stormwind Shuffle. Let me not do that. But, and I guess, you know, I'm about to sound like a hypocrite for even saying this, but I do enjoy cell shading, but I was a different person back then. I didn't really enjoy cell shading the same way. I was a, I was like a 13, 14-year-old boy, and I did not like cartoons. I did not like them growing up. I'm kind of meh on them now, but I just... You loved Fi. The story was so great. It was so heartbreaking when she left. Skyward Sword had a great story. You just didn't like the hand-holding. I think you would definitely like the remaster for the Switch. That fixes a lot of the problems, and there are some nice quality of life changes to go along with the whole hand-holding that Fi has. Let's see. Our next target's up here, and I'm pretty sure it's a shrine. But when Fi comes back at the end of this game in Breath of the Wild, oh, she makes an appearance? I'll have to keep my eye out. Maybe that's like the second DLC. For context, this is the second time I've streamed this game in my lifetime. The first time, I was a college student then. We pretty much made it to about this point in the game, maybe a little bit before defeating 3 divine beasts, but I had to focus on college stuff. And so I took like a roughly a 2.5 year hiatus, something like that. And by the time I came back, I wanted to just kind of do something else. I think that's when I started playing Elden Ring. Like, I streamed the original game as well. So this was just kind of put on the back burner for a number of years. And when I started implementing the we vote on games feature for the channel, a lot of people were like, hey, you should go back and play this again and actually beat it this time. And I'm like, sure, you guys voted on it. Oh, sorry, spoilers, sorry. I appreciate that. I'm okay with spoilers, but definitely more so for the audience. That might be a thing to watch out for. What am I doing? I'm like doing anything except what I'm supposed to do. The streamer brain experience is real. It's real, and it will hurt you if you're in the content creation space at all. Let me switch over to the climbing gear. I'm looking forward to that then, because I did sincerely love Fi as a character. Just the hand-holdiness. But for me, when I was like a 14... No, it was like 15 when I got a Wii, if I'm recalling correctly. It's like 14, 15, something like that. I was a huge sucker for the motion controls. Now, I realize that the motion controls in Breath of the Wild were in large part just another way to press A. I get it. It wasn't anything fancy, but to me, I didn't really get that at the time. So I rather enjoyed the sword swinging combat. I also have the Wii version of Twilight Princess. Like, that is on my rack of games off where nobody can really see it. Standing on top of a, like an end table and everything. I could probably just paraglide to that now. Let's just do it like this. And I also love the motion controls in Twilight Princess. I think they were really good. I especially liked the use of the nunchuck in order to, like, facilitate, like, shield parries. I quite enjoyed that. As, like, a 14, 15-year-old kid. Maybe a bit younger now that I'm reflecting on it further. Let's just pivot around over here. And methinks that this is probably underneath something. Because I'm here on the map where I can see it, but... I'm here on the map where I can see it, but something tells me that it's probably down below. Hebra did this a lot. Or, you know, there can be a bombable wall. Sure. Let's freaking go. Maybe I'll play Skyward Sword on the channel sometime. You know, you guys can vote for it if you want. I've got the remaster. I've got the original, but that would take a little bit more reconfiguring to set up. Speaking of, for those who are like coming in and wanting to vote on things for the Discord, first off, that's something you get to do for free as just being part of the Discord. There's a voting system. It's based on reactions. We are currently voting on the next game we're going to be playing. Sometimes we'll even vote on what we're going to do in the game we're playing. It just kind of depends. We've pretty much explored most of the map, and so I've kind of stopped with the voting system for where we're going to go in the game, because everything points to the Gerudo Wasteland, right? There's no sense in voting on where to go next. We just kind of need to get the remaining bits of the game done that we need to get done, so we could start grinding for all of the armor sets, all of the upgrade, all the fairies, all the upgrades, all that fun stuff. But we do have an ongoing long-term vote item for what game we want to play next. Right now, a lot of people are voting for Tears of the Kingdom because they want to see it. But if people want to vote on something else instead, I have a channel called Voting on Content in my Discord server. People can feel free to, read through the reactions, and I've got instructions for that as well, but I'm also willing to answer any questions. We're currently in the what do people generally want to see, like, plural voting phase. We have not yet hit the we're gonna do a straw poll to figure out the final choice. So it's very much ranked choice voting. You just pick as many options as you want, and we'll go from there. This is probably like the third game. This is the third game we've voted on as a community, and I'm really extremely grateful that people are using that system. I work quite hard on it. You enjoy the motion control plus too? You just hated the long tutorials? Fair. Definitely not everyone's cup of tea, and I didn't even enjoy the Skyward Sword tutorial all that much. It was the highlight of the best storytelling in Zelda, but it was paired with something so yucky, right? Yeah, it definitely was a bitter pill. I could definitely see why my favorite Legend of Zelda game is the black sheep of the series. I'm not gonna say it's good and people just don't know what they're missing out on. Nah, the experience is mid if you weren't into the story. I totally get it. Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin was like that. Where Dark Souls 2 is like the black sheep of the Soulsborne series. It did a lot of it made a lot of important groundbreaking design decisions. Some of them were kept in Dark Souls 3, not a whole bunch, but a couple nice things were kept. But by and large, a lot of people just didn't like the controls, didn't like the length of the game, didn't like the bosses and how cheap some of them were. I totally get it. But there's nothing quite like activating a Radiant Life Gem and then having a regenerative healing spell and being able to kind of just tank some mechanics in Dark Souls 2. You can't tank a whole bunch of stuff, but there are a few things that a life gem will really help you solve, like a lot. I just don't think the dungeons were that great. That's fair. Some of them were great and some of them not so much. Everyone says the Ancient Cistern was so great. It was great amidst all the dungeons in Skyward Sword. I can tell you that much. The design and the visuals were good. But is it the best dungeon in Zelda? No, not by a long shot. It doesn't compare, in your opinion, to Snow Peak and Twilight Princess. Snow Peak was a good one. I personally was more of a lake bed temple person, but I definitely also liked Snow Peak. Forest Temple in Ocarina of Time, yep, classic. Although I was more of a Spirit Temple person, musically speaking. I don't know mechanically quite so much. Or Stone Tower in MM, yep, that one I'll give to you. You love Spirit Temple too. Okay. This is the part where Coin tells a guilty pleasure and then, proceeds to continue combat because I don't think people want to listen to the combat theme forever, and I'm terribly bad about multitasking anyway. As a kid, I would go to the Spirit Temple, and I would just let the game play. There were a couple times where I was quite sure my N64 was gonna melt from how long I kept it. I let it run. But I loved the Spirit Temple that much. I would just listen and listen and listen. But before I got a computer of my own to use. And then I stopped melting my N64. The music when you walk in and get hit with the pots. Oh yes, the flying pots are classic. And it's a classic Zelda trope. I love the Spirit Temple a lot. It is my favorite. The Water Temple is a close second for me. I know, ew, yuck, water level, yuck, gross, hate it, ugh. But I also like the music in the Water Temple. It generally made solving each of the rooms, especially a Master Quest, not that much of a chore. And I suppose the other thing is just, who doesn't love Fishwife? Let's get to cracking the Guardian, eggshell, shall we? Oh, also, let's wear some better armor. We don't need to be using the Sheikah suit in here. And we can use our ancient stuff when this enemy becomes unstunnable. I know, this is boring. Doing combat this way is generally boring. Imagine just being able to stun lock things a long time. But this is just the best way to trivialize the game. My channel is one of those channels that tries to stride the line between being a general Let's Play channel and also a walkthrough channel. One of my biggest inspirations and one of the reasons I started streaming in the first place was a YouTuber by the name of Chugga Conroy. He's still making videos now, of course, but as a young kid, I loved his content a lot. I loved the general vibe of him being able to not only do the deep dives on things, but also being able to crack a good joke. He's and just being generally funny. I'm not the sort of person that is generally funny. I'm not very good at cracking jokes. But I am a great I do like to think I'm a pretty good listener, among all other things. And also, I'm the person that people generally tend to laugh at, as opposed to... I'm like a small child. I do things that are funny. I'm not necessarily a funny person. But one of the things I definitely want to do with this game in particular, when we start approaching the end, is talk about some of the deeper, like the development stuff behind the game. Right now we're in like complete the game mode, but there will definitely be some time later where I'll have like a whole research sheet in front of me. We can talk about some of the deeper things that are really quite interesting, especially as it relates to Sean Chiplock. That's Rivali's voice actor, because he's got some very interesting takes on the game, and some of the other voice actors who have commented on the game, as well as what Breath of the Wild meant for the lore. Like, in terms of filling out the lore and making several corrections to the way that races in Hyrule are meant to be interpreted. Breath of the Wild went a long way toward righting the ship on how the Gerudo or Gorons were depicted, because the real world implication behind who the Gorons and the Gerudo represent are not particularly flattering. It's something that Nintendo's and like Al Numa has had to grapple with for a long time. Breath of the Wild really fixed a lot. It's not perfect, but it did fix a lot of the stuff that was less than stellar regarding the game's like general background story and overarching world lore, in my opinion. Your Ocarina of Time list: Spirit, Forest, Shadow, Well, Gerudo Training, I know, terrible. Fire, Water, Dodongo, Deku, Jabu, Ice Cavern, the worst. Oh man, now I gotta do it. My Ocarina of Time list is Spirit, Water, Forest. Then a lot of these are kind of like equivalent to each other. Well, Fire, Dodongo. No, Dodongo's a bit lower than mid now that I'm thinking on it. In the Ice Cavern, and I love the Ice Cavern's music. That's about the only reason why it's like sitting there in the middle. Then afterwards we have the Gerudo Training Ground, because I like the ice arrows, but mechanically I know that it's just a gauntlet of rooms you don't even need to do ever at all, even once. Awful mini dungeon. Dodongo's Cavern, excuse me. Then the Deku Tree. It's a great tutorial dungeon, but meh, it gets boring after you've done it like the 500th time in a randomizer or something else. It's really basic, but it does do the job well. And I guess that leaves Jabu Jabu's Belly as like the worst one, in my opinion. And look, I know everyone has fantasies about crawling into, fleshy caverns and experiencing the inside of animals. And I know the story about Pinocchio being swallowed up by, the whale, where he found his father Geppetto. Like, I'm very aware of that. That is a fantasy. However, the floppy little platforms you had to freeze with a boomerang, like the source of much irritation in my childhood. And the Octorok mini boss. God, as a small child, I died so many times to the Octorok, just never quite getting how you were supposed to do it. I did eventually figure it out, but it still sucked. I definitely did not like it for that experience. Jabu could definitely be worse. Yeah, I suppose it's at the bottom of my list, but it's not like, as an adult, I've definitely mellowed out about Jabu's belly. Jabu's belly. It's just, there are still some contrivances. And in Master Quest, it does get worse. We got the cow switches, which are both weird and unintuitive. Because I'm very familiar with the Master Quest layouts of the dungeons, where it's a lot like the original game had a lot more intuitive puzzles that were thematic and made sense, but the Master Quest ones had challenge I could appreciate, at least as a teenager, young man, when I started doing randomizers, you know. My whole opinion of the dungeons became, I guess, perhaps more geared toward randomizers. I can't tell you the number of times that Jabu's belly has locked off an item that I had to go... The one I'm thinking of is there's a room in the bottom where you meet Ruto, where you finally get the option to carry her. And once you defeat the little tendrils, you should stream randos. I do sometimes, mainly as like filler if I can't think of something else, or you know, I need to like detox from a game. I'll sometimes stream a randomizer. I haven't actually finished one yet, because by the time I'm done with the detox, you know, the new game starts and then I don't pick up the randomizer again for a while. And by the time that happens, the game has come out with a number of updates. At first, it was the Ocarina of Time randomizer, and then eventually when the combo randomizer became a thing, I moved to that, and I quite enjoy the combo randomizer a lot. What's the deal with the noob statement, though? That one I'm not quite parsing. I know what the words mean. I don't know what they mean in the context of the sentence. I'd like to finish a randomizer on stream, but that would require me actually sticking to a randomizer until it's basically complete. And that has not happened yet. And I know my way around randomizers pretty well, both based on watching people like, what is it? Is it Linkus? It's Linkus, right? Linkus, you've got ZFG, you have, it's the other one I'm thinking of. You've got Caladius. You've got a few streamers that I know that do randomizers just on the regular all the time. Or Not Your Average Person is the one that I will watch frequently when I'm wanting to digest a particularly long randomizer seed. The dude knows his stuff, like, a lot. Maybe not as much as ZFG, but I think ZFG has just been doing it longer. That would be my personal guess. We have figured out how do we want to start this? Maybe go to Davdi Island. That's probably where I'll start. But I'm not going to let a mining opportunity pass me by either. So I do watch randomizer content sometimes, and I've gotten enough of a grip. Nice game. I love it when it rains, and when it rains, it pours. One second, I want to make sure I don't lose too much stamina to this. There we go. Okay, this is probably a pretty good... Oh, I actually don't even have to do that. Let's go back over here. And I suppose the way I would describe my sphere of content to people that are watching is I'm an RPG enthusiast. I quite enjoy RPGs. We played Xenoblade Chronicles 2 on the stream many years ago. We beat that. I did also try to start Xenoblade Chronicles 2, Torn of the Golden Country. This was another period of time where I kind of just had to stop what I was doing and then didn't pick it back up. It's a kind of a common trend with the channel, and I wish it wasn't, but that's life for you. Also, I need to get a count on the Koroks real quick. Let me just type a command in real quick. There we go. All fixed. And at least they didn't burn any champion powers to do this. All right. I have a little counter underneath my camera here that helps keep track of the Koroks we have. Other people can also participate as well. Exclamation mark seed grow or seed shrink will increase or decrease the count by 1, and exclamation mark seed sow and then a number will set the counter to that. I thought it would be fun for people to maybe play around with that a bit. Just do me the honest solid of not typing seed sow 900, because there are noises that play. What time zone am I in? I'm on the East Coast, same as you. So it's like 2:49 in the morning. I take it it's 2:49 for you. Heard? Okay. It is good. Yeah, I'm gonna dispose of this and get a new one then. Yeah, I've pretty much been on the East Coast my whole life. I've maybe visited Texas once. No, I visited twice. Back when my father was still active military. He got transferred to like a base on Texas, and I came over for Christmas and visited him, as well as one other time during the midsummer. I promise we'll be climbing up the cliff momentarily. But I've always been an East Coast person. If it weren't for Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, or South, I guess I would describe myself as I'm like 2 states above Florida, so maybe that would be the Mid-Atlantic. You could tell me if that's correct or not, by the way. I am a fallen/former STEM major. Geography is not really my strong suit. I've gotten a little bit better with it, but mostly as it relates to where my audience is from. But I know a good selection of European countries, as well as oh, hello, gentlemen. I'm just gonna skedaddle, if that's all right. I don't want to be stuck in combat again. Run! That's right. I assume North Carolina? One state off. I'll put it this way, because I'm trying very hard not to, like, reveal, like, super specific information. I am in the state where the cheer wine is, like, the cult classic beverage. I'm showing something is what I'm gearing up to do. Just put that over there. I'm gonna switch scenes for just a moment. I happened to be at Kroger one day, doing some shopping, and I found a little 4-pack of bottled cheer wine with the glass bottles and everything. and I decided I would keep the container and use it to store pencils and stuff in, as like a means to like express, like be a little bit self-expressive with my office desk and everything. I'm a bit of a minimalist when it comes to decor, and I'm trying to get out of that. Kroger is a tell. Yeah, I suppose it is, isn't it? We don't have those in Maryland or Virginia. That's fair. That is certainly fair. I was what, 4? Yeah, I think I was like a 3 or 4-year-old boy when I was in Maryland. Maryland is the farthest north I've ever been in my life, and that was when my dad was much lower on the active military scale than he was when he retired. Yeah, I mean, Kroger's a fine enough institution for Navy. So you have experience with that too, then. My dad was Army. Hey, Coin, are you live? I certainly am, Bear Type. Welcome on in. How good to see you. Yes, I am live. I'm glad you could make it. I don't normally stream at this time, but you know, I wanted to do something. I wanted to make it up to everyone for, you know, missing out on the makeup stream event that I had published yesterday on the calendar. But I'm glad you could join. How are things? Is this a night stream for me? This is a crack of dawn stream. It is 2:54 a.m. my time. It is like the dead crack of morning.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
Okay, I do have a bit of bookkeeping I need to do with that alert. The ads aren't coming yet. This is the 5-minute warning for them, though. Yeah, I normally stream during the mid-afternoon, around 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. But yeah, I wanted to try to make things up to everybody, and at least, you know, even if nobody was around, like none of my normal audience is here, you know, at the very least they would have the VOD to watch, right? I would definitely make sure I posted the VOD in the Discord, although it posts that anyway automatically. I wanted to make sure that people had something, because I'm not going to be streaming at my normal hours today, because today's Friday. I'm normally a Monday, Wednesday, Friday person. Sometimes I stream on Sunday, sometimes I don't. It just kind of depends on my schedule. Make sure I've answered everything, and then I'll quickly try to do some shilling. Good guy. Yeah, military folk, military families are certainly an experience at the very least. Awesome. Thank you. I do appreciate my family's military service. It's kind of I'm kind of the man who broke the cycle. His dad, my dad's dad, and his dad before him were also part of the military. So there's decent military heritage. But I don't really like to lay claim to that. Oh, wow, it's early for you? Like 9 or 10 a.m. right now? Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, most of my normal audience is, you know, 6 to 8 hours out. With the exception of the guy of Sizzling, who's in the Philippines, and he's like a whole day apart from me. It's always interesting to see what time of day it is for everybody. Because I'm running out of time here. I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel grow, you know, following on Twitch and subscribing on YouTube. And you guys being here, even without having done those things, yeah, I believe so, Bear Type. He's said it in the chat before. Please note that just being here is always enough. But if you do feel like financially supporting me in any capacity, I have a lot of options for this in an attempt to keep things short. For you guys on YouTube, stuff will be in the description. I have a link tree. Same thing with those people, with folks on Twitch. I have a link tree below the video player. It may also be in the About Me section. Please feel free to fiddle around with the panels. I have a lot of panels. All the panels in the About Me section are clickable. You can click on them and they'll take you to things. You know, I've worked really hard on that over the years. For you guys on YouTube, I'd recommend Patreon and Coffee. That'll really close the gap and give you as many of the benefits as I'm able to provide as possible. And for you guys on Twitch, like Brightwell at did already, and Devious Grace has also done this month. A tier 1 subscription is really the best bang for your buck. Because I don't know about you, but I don't want people paying Bezos $16 a month just to enjoy, the ad-free experience on Twitch. It's kind of a hellscape. $6 is a lot cheaper, all things considered. Yeah, and that's going to take care of the shilling. Make sure I don't do that. That's going to take care of the shilling. I try to get the shilling done in the first 2 hours so that we don't have to do that ever again during the rest of the stream. At least if I'm not streaming for more than 4 hours at a time. The ad break will be coming soon. That's about roughly 3 minutes long. Please feel free to get up, stretch, take a break. Because I'm typically away from my desk during the ad breaks. Unless you've got the subscription, then in that case, you're even more incentivized to do this because nobody likes ads and nobody likes sitting around for 3 minutes. See you guys after the ad break, and thank you so much for your patience. Sorry about that, ladies, gents, and non-binary people. We are back. All of my lovely senators and inductees, I sure hope you're handling everything reasonably and life isn't too difficult for you at this time. I'm always trying to look to make things a better experience for you while you're hanging out here with me. I'm really quite honored that I have the following that I have. I really mean that. You guys mean the world to me. I want you to know that. I'm going to do my best to make this as entertaining as I possibly can be. But I do want to, like, make sure I've given the vibe check. I am not a Markiplier. I am not a bombastic person. If you guys want an example of a good person that you probably should be following, if you're looking for lively, bombastic, joyous streams, not that I don't try to be a joyous person myself, it's just not the energy I bring, I suppose. Check out a Twitch associate of mine. Her name is Venora Darkwolf. The Frog Queen herself, and she does have real frogs as pets. She's shown them on stream before. The aesthetic is mega frog vibes. She's become a Twitch partner, and she's been a Twitch partner for not entirely all that long. She works really hard on her content, and her community is super bubbly, super welcome. She's bubbly. She's a amazing person. I wish I had her level of energy for anything. Now maybe she's a different person in real life, but as far as I'm concerned, the stream version of her and the real person version of her are the same. At least in my eyes. She's also good friends with another Twitch associate of mine. His name is Reverb Bone. These two are a very, very, very awesome pair of streamers. If I'm going to do shout out for the one, I suppose I should do the shout out for the other. That's only fair. Hopefully I'm getting that correct. Yeah, he's also a great chap as well. He's super funny. Super funny, super relaxed individual. His energy is a bit more low-key than hers is, but both he and she are fantastic streamers that I would recommend anyone go follow. I'm not the kind of person who is hyper competitive in the streaming scene. Like, yeah, I'd like this to be a full-time job, but that's rare. So many things have to go right for this to be a full-time job. It's not funny. So I would rather focus on helping each other in this space rather than hurting each other. So if you guys make content yourselves, you know, you're more than welcome to talk about it. Please treat this as I've given permission for you to do this. Because I'm curious about the content you make as well. Like if you do speed runs or 100% stuff, or you're a challenge runner, you know, I'm always curious. Or even if you're just, you know, obligate RPG streamer number 500, if that's the way you feel about it, you know. I want to hear that experience too. I want us all to grow together on this platform as much as we reasonably can, given the dark geopolitical tint the world is taking at the moment. You're saying I sound a bit tired? You know, I've generally been tired lately, but I did wake up. Wake up at like 11 after going to basically sleep at 8 yesterday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I'm functioning on effectively 3.5, 4 hours of sleep. I can do it. For a living, I house sit and pet sit for clients, and sometimes I have weird schedules as like a result of having to be up at odd hours to keep the house safe or to keep people's pets safe. And I've functioned on as little as 2 hours of sleep before. Requires some caffeine, but I can do it. It's not something I like to do super often, but I can do it. Because, you know, the vested interests of my clients is important, and I want to make sure I treat them well. And that means sacking some sleep sometimes. Also, I suppose the other thing that the other reason I might sound a bit tired is just, you know, it's 3 in the morning. It's 3 in the morning, which means, you know, other people in my house are sleeping. I cannot just, you know, talk at my normal volume. They will get mad. And admittedly, I have to do a lot to make them mad, but I can make them mad. I'm pretty sure it's a ring of lilies is what we're working towards, or else, you know, we're putting rocks in water or something else. One of these things. Ooh, nice radishes. These islands have a ton of radishes on them, by the way, and also a ton of enemy encampments. So if you want to, you know, farm radishes, definitely pay these string of islands a visit. There may or may not even be a shrine somewhere in the midst of this. Where's the Octorok? I heard it earlier. 1 and 2. Yeah, there's the ring of lilies right there. I do hope everyone is enjoying the gameplay and commentary. I'm not always the best when it comes to commentary. I will definitely come clean with that. I'm not a comedic person. As I've said, I generally just do things people find funny. But I can be convinced to, you know, part with a couple of jokes here or there, or maybe the occasional, you know, wake up pink button press. Like, let me find one that I think might get people's attention.
I can feel my wits evaporating in your mere presence.
So just to kind of like remind people about the channel point redeems, the ones that are pink are soundboard, mainly just soundboard redemptions. All of them, all the ones I made actually have audio redemptions or audio clips associated with them. But the pink ones are there just to, you know, press things. They're happy buttons. They're dopamine-giving buttons. Whereas the purple ones make me do something. Whether that'll be take off my glasses for 5 minutes, or, you know, me wearing a hat for 5 minutes. You know, you guys have been building up channel points. You get them at a certain rate. You get them at a base of 10 points, or 50 points every 10 minutes. Something like that. It might actually also just be like 10 points every 5 minutes. I'm not 100% sure on the rates anymore. Twitch has changed them over the years. Keeping up is quite difficult, but and if you're a subscriber, you get double quantity on those. Your rate is doubled. There's actually like a whole list of a whole rate for channel points. So if we look at how to earn amperes, so okay, yes. So this is a good time to go over it actually. So if you're on Twitch, you get a multiplier or a flat amount of points for doing certain things. If you watch for 5 minutes at a time, you get 10 minutes. You get 10 points, excuse me. If you claim special bonuses that appear periodically for your channel points, you get 50 of them at a time. If you participate in a raid, you get 250. If you follow the channel, you get 300. If you do a cheer with bits, you get 350. Your first monthly cheer is 350. If you gift the sub monthly, it's 500. I know, this is definitely not a call to gift subs, promise. I'm just stating what it is. If you continue to come back and watch the channel, then, you know, you can get up to 450 points. It seems more like you get a certain amount based on your longest watch time. If you are a subscriber, you get a 20% multiplier on channel points. If you're a tier 2 sub, you get 40% multiplier on channel points. And if you're a tier 3 sub, that's $25 a month. I don't recommend it. You get 100% multiplier on channel points. I guess I shouldn't say double, right? It's 20% extra because it's a 1.2 multiplier. But still, 20% increase on channel points isn't half bad. And you only have to pay $6 to get it if channel points are the thing you're really looking for. I am working on adding some more channel point redeems, but I am going to leave a certain number of them blank. You're allowed 50 per channel. And I want you guys to be part of the process too, because I like to think of my stream as your stream too. We're all making the content together after all, right? We're all we're all, you know, here to help spread the good vibes and the cheer. And that means you know, everybody's responsible, at least in part, for making the content. There's some people that when they come in and they do things like threaten our viewers or, you know, threaten to like hack someone, that leads to a very bad experience, right? Whereas if someone comes in and they're bubbly or just a generally positive person, you know, that makes the viewing experience much better. Like, viewers do have an impact on the stream, and it's perfectly okay to say this. It's not a bad thing that viewers or that the audience has an impact on the streams. You just don't want to say, bad things happening are because of the audience. No, it's all contextual. It's all contextual. There are things that the audience can do to make the experience worse, and there are things that the audience can do to make the experience better. Just like I can. I have that same power. I just have perhaps more of it because it's my channel and I can put a stop to it if people are making the experience or contributing to an experience that's worse. Right? And I want to be very clear that I'm not speaking from a position of malice. I'm just, or, you know, anger or frustration. This is just me making conversation. That's all I'm doing is talking about the subject. It's a meta subject, but it is a subject. I certainly hope that I give off that impression anyway, because if not, then I am truly sorry for my part that I play, for the part that I'm playing in your perception of me. We're just gonna call that smooth sailing. How's that sound? But I think by giving you guys the ability to vote on what you want as a channel point redemption, or, you know, we'll be part of a brainstorming session about channel point ideas, it allows you guys to leave your mark on this channel as well. Pretty sure this is Korok guaranteed. And I like that. I like sharing in the content creation experience. Okay, let's see what we can do to, like, get ourselves out of all this. So, in the Discord, I'll probably put that message out today. Hello, yes, I'm down here. I'm gonna, like, pretend you don't see me. Here's to hoping, anyway. Should probably want to do... Never mind. We'll just freeze you outright. Oh, you're a blue-skinned one. Okay, this is just gonna kill then. Okay, here's to hoping we don't get detected by the evil, strange, bad guardians. Is there a flower? There's like a flower here, right? That's what we're looking for? Yeah, there's a flower, like, right there. I see you down there. But of course, it's not the audience's job to entertain. That part is mine. I'm just saying that you guys contribute to it. That's all. I am not liking all the land Octoroks that are making themselves known right now. Go ahead and just do that. Oh god, every time. And I hear yet another land Octorok around here. I hear you up there, Sir Akkalan. Don't worry, I know you're here. And I saw that one wriggle around as well. I was worried we were going to lose materials there. Enemies do sometimes like to spawn or like to sink into the ground texture, and then you don't get any of the material back. Because it's in the ground. Which kind of sucks. It sucks a lot. So down there is like a shrine, right? There's gotta be like a hole here. Yeah, there is a hole in this. Okay. Do we have a sledgehammer? Yes. Let's go. This probably ain't a blessing, though, because it wasn't that hard to get here. It was just remote. 716. You never had 120 shrines, nor 9 how many zeros is this? Oh, neat, we got a weight puzzle. 3... But I gotta highlight this. Obviously, this is the joke. 3, 6, 9... So what, like 900 million? Hopefully I'm reading that number correctly. Korok seeds? Yeah, everyone wants to hate on the 900... Everyone definitely wants to hate on the 900 Koroks, myself included. Nobody thinks it is a joke. I was just wanting to make sure I knew what number I was reading. That's all. Yes. 11... It might as well have read 11 billion Koroks for all I care. And we all know 11 billion is a fake number. You did get all the shrines and light roots in Tears of the Kingdom, which is honestly your third favorite game. Here's to hoping that Tears of the Kingdom does a better... does like a good job in leaving its impressions and stuff. Because I've been told that Tears of the Kingdom is definitely the better game between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but I'm not liking the 1,000 Korok seeds spread between 3 maps. That's the thing that's put me on edge about Tears of the Kingdom. I suppose most people probably don't go for the 1,000 Korok seeds. Like I'm probably planning on, because that's kind of a running thing with my channel. I like to fully complete the games I'm part of, because that's what a lot of the sources of inspiration do with their games, is they fully complete them in some way, shape, or form. Although then again, Chugga Conroy isn't necessarily going out of his way to get all of the Miiverse stamps for the Twilight Princess HD, so maybe there's something to be said for just recognizing a game feature is a waste of time and moving on. You didn't collect a single one? Fair, valid, and I wouldn't fault people for not collecting a single Korok seed here either. It just, I don't know, this was definitely... The Koroks are one of the things I think that really truly hold Breath of the Wild back. If you just don't focus on them and get the ones you get, you know, great, cool, then it's a fine experience. It's when you go out of your way to complete them. And this is something I can talk about at the end when we do, like, the, you know, post-game review, because I always do one of those when we beat a game on stream. You know, the Korok seeds will be something I mention in great detail, because I think there are some neat ideas amongst the puzzles. What we have to do is drop the barrel down so that we can fly. I think there were some neat Korok ideas. Some of them were, in this game at least, have been like, find some obscure object hidden on a castle battlement, or what's another one that's like one of the better ones? One of them was like rolling a snowball somewhere specific, which I thought was really cool. There are quite a few of them that I think are, like, you know, fine puzzles. I clearly either didn't drop it enough, or... Oh, yeah, okay, I know what's going on. I know exactly what's going on. We have to use this cube. This barrel ain't gonna do jack. It's about what I thought, in all honesty. I do like that we can pick it up through the grate, or the platform there. We also could have probably burnt the rope or cut the rope to get it to do that. I'm gonna put this up here in case we need it. You never know. And now we're gonna take our friend the metal cube, and we're going to finally get the sick airwaves we were wanting. I actually did not properly finish answering this statement. It's your third favorite game? Glad. Ocarina of Time, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and then probably Majora's Mask, but it could just be the recency bias. That's fair. I was not... There's gotta be something for getting all the way up there, and I'm surprised that I got hurt from that. What's your thought on the timeline in the overall Zelda lore? Oh boy. So, I'm not familiar with where every game is on the timeline, right? I'm generally familiar with the 2 major timelines. I know there's generally 3, but there's like the one where the hero succeeds, and then there's the one where the hero fails, right? I know that Majora's Mask is generally like within the timeline of the hero failed. Twilight Princess is where the hero failed. I don't know where Skyward Sword sits in the lore. I should probably Google that real quick. Where's my phone? It's lying around here somewhere. The overall Zelda lore, it's too confusing. I appreciate the fact that it's so multifaceted. I do like that there are different alternatives, but the fact that it's so nebulous and confusing means that I don't really... It's a thing I don't get and wish I did. It's irrelevant at the beginning. That's fair. Let me pull up a picture or a visual reference for the timeline so I can like kind of talk about this a minute, because it is something I think about, and it is something that Chugga Conroy has also talked about in, you know, his video series of other Zelda titles. He refers to the Hyrule Historia for where the game would generally be placed. Historia timeline. Although maybe I don't know if the Historia is still accurate. Because I know the Historia was like a book that was printed. It was like published, right? What I don't know is if the Historia gets updates or not. But we can always look at, you know, ZeldaDungeon.net or a wiki for this. Zelda fandom. Let's go to the ZeldaDungeon.net wiki. Okay, so there are 3 timelines. We have the Decline timeline. This is all spoilers, by the way. So if people are like, I don't want to read, I don't want the lore, I don't want the history, you know, I would tune out now, because I'm going to at least read some pages that I'm pulling up here. So the Decline timeline, the hero fails to defeat Ganon at the end of Ocarina of Time, resulting in Ganon taking over Hyrule. And then here we have the child timeline and the adult timeline. So in the child timeline, I'm pretty sure... Yes, so this is when he travels back in time after defeating Ganondorf. And in that, here we have Majora's Mask, which I should hope make some sense. And then we have Twilight Princess and the Four Swords Adventures. All those take place in this timeline. The adult timeline is the Wind Waker, Phantom Hourglass, and Spirit Tracks. And in the adult timeline... I'm reading this. Okay, and basically, the only thing that really kind of changes is when do the adventures take place in the child and adult timelines, and like what sort of world events generally happen. The rest all take place in the Declined timeline, where Link fails. So in this timeline, we have A Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, the Oracle games. And I do Oracle of Ages, my favorite Oracle game, and I will not hear people slandering it, although I will accept Seasons being the better game. Just don't trash Ages. A Link Between Worlds, Triforce Heroes, Echoes of Wisdom, The Legend of Zelda, The Adventure of Link, which is Zelda 2, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom. They're all in this timeline. Though generally, according to the ZeldaDungeon.net wiki, supposedly Breath of the Wild is, it's canon, but it seems to be unplaced, which is weird. I get why it's unplaced, because, like, Breath of the Wild is like a retelling of, not exactly a retelling, but it's more like a reframing of the Master Sword. Like, all this takes place after, like, Skyward Sword, supposedly. Though, where is Skyward Sword on this? I actually don't see Skyward Sword on this timeline. Oh, that's why, because it's the very first one. That's right. Oof. It's the first one. Okay, so then I don't know why I'm thinking that Breath of the Wild is like a super early game. It's not. You can see why I said I generally just find the lore confusing, because things have changed over the course of several revisions. And all the lore enthusiasts for Legend of Zelda have a hard time keeping it straight. I like that it's so complex, but I dislike the fact that it seems to change pretty much every time. Like pretty much every time Al-Numa or someone else blinks and makes something new for the series. You love ages better than seasons? We share that in common then. I liked seasons too. Don't get me wrong. They're both great. We definitely have we seem to have the same opinion here, but I liked the puzzle complexity of ages because seasons was more combat focused. If you like action, that's fantastic. If you're a puzzle enjoyer like myself, you're gonna get more of your money's worth out of ages. Crown Dungeon notwithstanding. Oh my god. Crown Dungeon, I could definitely see where that might have been everyone's turnoff for Oracle of Ages. Crown Dungeon is infuriating. I'm pretty sure that's level 5, by the way, if people are wondering where I know or where I place the dungeon or where it's supposed to be. I'm pretty sure it's level 5. It makes sense. Breath of the Wild resets the series. That it does. It does reset the series. I like all the implications that Breath of the Wild has for the lore. I really do. But if it does reset the lore like it's supposed to, then it makes things more confusing. Because how do you recontextualize some of the games? They kind of just become content fodder at that point. I know it's all supposed to come together in some big, beautiful tapestry, but I'm just not seeing it. Maybe this is where I should spend some time actually reading the lore and making sense of it. I'm not a Zelda streamer. I'll be pretty plainly clear about that. I'm not a Zelda streamer. I'm an RPG streamer. But I do also enjoy my action adventure games, and The Legend of Zelda, for better or worse, is also an action adventure series with heavy RPG elements on top. So even though this game is not an RPG, it still falls in my wheelhouse of games that I would actively want to stream anyway. I'm wanting to check something in here, which is why we haven't, Oh, help. Okay, I actually don't think we could get up there then. That's fine. That's totally fine. Lore is just a big confusing mess. It makes sense if you think about it, but there are definitely lots of inconsistencies. And, now, and this is a bit more of a tell about myself than anything else. My favorite game series of all time is actually the Metroid series. I'm a huge Metroid fan. Let's see, I might be able to tilt this. I'm gonna wait until we've gotten out of the shrine though, so we're not. Actually, what we could probably do just real quick is switch the scene. And while this is going just real quick, and we should probably look at the count for the Korok seeds. 7, okay, it hasn't changed. Good. Behind me, behind the vacuum cleaner, is a Metroid Prime poster. It's like one of the only pieces of wall decor I actually have. I'm a huge Metroid enthusiast. But even there, the story can be a bit confusing if you're not on top of it. Especially in terms of where games are placed, especially with the Prime series, because my favorite Prime is Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. I think it's an excellent capstone to the series. But I'll always have a soft spot for the Metroid Prime. Just the OG, the one that got a remaster last year. No, I guess not the only poster I have. I have a Super Smash Bros. Ultimate poster underneath that, but someone else gave me that. I actually went and bought the Prime poster. So there's like a complete abject difference between those two things. It becomes clear once you order the games where the primes kind of are meant to take place between the original Metroid and like after Metroid 2. No, actually, I take that back. The primes kind of are meant to take place after Super Metroid, if I'm not mistaken. As you can see, I'm especially me, I'm not on top of the lore for the Metroid series, and it's my favorite one. And it's got fewer games in it than the Legend of Zelda series does. Because my god, does the Legend of Zelda series have some fantastic spin-offs, like Hyrule Warriors. But it also includes, you know, even some obscure ones like Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land or, you know, Link's Crossbow Training. There are some... The Zelda series is known for trying a few things, if I do say so myself. And the Metroid series just does not have as much of that. The most you could say that it could be a spin-off is like Metroid Pinball or the Hunter's edition of Pinball. There's like a couple of spin-offs, but not too terribly many of them. I don't know why I'm looking at my poster back there. That's not helpful whatsoever. The lore can be challenging to keep straight if you're not on top of it. Case in point. Case in point. Let's go ahead and get out of here, shall we? We've gotten everything off the islands here, and so now we're gonna go back over to the grotto, and we're going to proceed to start heading our way towards, you know, Terrytown and the Malin Bay area, that sort of thing. Although we're not going to go into Terrytown too much. We're mostly just going to grab the Korok seeds that are nearby that we didn't grab earlier. So the Legend of Zelda lore is certainly something. It's certainly something, to say the least. And that I could definitely, you know, talk forever about it and how I wish I could keep on top of it, truly. But that's just not where my headspace is. And this is coming from someone who loves The Legend of Zelda. Is it my favorite game series ever? No. But I do generally like most of the titles in it. It's a good series. And I think if there's just anything that if there's anything from Nintendo that, you know, people should invest in, it's the Legend of Zelda franchise. Because it's one of the most celebrated story franchises ever. But there are definitely some games that could be more miss than hit for me. Although he says not having played some of them. Like, I've not played the original Hyrule Warriors. Although that's a spin-off. I have not played the... What am I doing here? I don't know what I'm doing here. Other than just, like, doing the weird... This has to be a mining site. Or like a quarry, an old quarry. Which I think is kind of neat. I love the little touches in Breath of the Wild's landscape. Where it's, you can tell that people used to do things there. I quite enjoy that. And it's a nice little bit of world building that sometimes doesn't really happen in some Legend of Zelda titles. Which I have to give it up Twilight Princess, I do think, has like the better world building between it and like Skyward Sword. There are a lot more nice small little details that you can find in Twilight Princess than you will find in Skyward Sword, but Skyward Sword is like the more visually relaxing game to look at because it's less it's a lot more pastel, right? And pastel is supposed to be easy on the eyes. Although that brings up an excellent point, or like an interesting question. You know, in video games in general, do you guys enjoy the pastel or like cell shaded styles? Are you more of a photorealist? I am actually, in terms of like the art spectrum, I consider myself a photorealist. I enjoy the realistic style that games often pursue. A good example of this that isn't in like the... I was trying to make sure I don't miss where I'm trying to go. Wow, really? Okay, I guess we might as well just teleport to this shrine then. Sure. Hey there, Icy Spicy. Welcome on in from YouTube. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and in spirit. And my activity feed is definitely on the fritz again. Neat. I hope you enjoy your stay. We were just commenting about, we were just getting ready to discuss art styles in games. As part of getting to know my audience a bit more, because I always try to know, I always try to find out, you know, what kind of experience my audience has with the game being played on the screen. You know, what's your experience with Breath of the Wild? Are you a veteran of Breath of the Wild? Or are you generally new to the game? I've had people from all walks, all walks of game experience in here between my two channels, both on Twitch and on YouTube. And hopefully I'll be able to get on Trovo soon enough, but I gotta do my homework before I think about adding Trovo to my arsenal of channels I stream to. Of course, you don't have to answer any questions you don't want to. This is a space where people can safely lurk or anything, but I always enjoy a good bit of conversation. You love Breath of the Wild? You've played it, replayed it so much? Valid, awesome, but you haven't 100%ed it yet. Do I want to upgrade anything here at, you know, SA Light Fairy? All I want to do is upgrade the ancient set, not gonna lie. Bye, Mia. Bye, Mia. Well, then this playthrough will definitely be a treat should you choose to stick around. We are going to be covering all the Koroks, all the shrines, all the armor sets, pretty much everything there is to do in this game, all the quests, just everything. Feel free to look forward to that. I always try to go for the complete experience in the games being played, and I think despite not having the best 100% full completion experience, Breath of the Wild does offer a lot for its 100% experience. But I do stand by my statement of you don't need to 100% this game to enjoy it, to get a benefit out of it. Completing the Koroks is strictly not necessary. Where is this Korok seed? If people want to follow along with the map I'm using to get all the Korok seeds, because there are 900 of these puppies, and I can't be arsed to find them all by hand, because some of them are just very infuriating to find, feel free to... there will be commands that are circulating in chat, but for you guys on Twitch, feel free to type in !BOTWMAP, all lowercase, all one string into the chat, and you'll get the interactive map I use to help me out with finding all these Korok seeds. For you guys on YouTube, it's an asterisk instead, so let me go ahead and demonstrate this just to kind of like show it to everybody. I do have differentiated commands between both Twitch and YouTube. I sure hope that this is working correctly. Oh no. Why did the quota exceed? I guess I'll just do it again. 1 second. All right, let's try that again. Okay. I don't know. I don't know how long that had been crapped out actually, but it should be fixed now. I use streamer.bot for YouTube, and so there's like a daily limit on, queries the bot can make. Hey there, Pigeon. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and in spirit, and hope you enjoy your stay. We were just getting ready to do a we're getting ready to do yet another Korok seed because we're trying to get all 900 of them, and we were getting ready to discuss like preferences and art styles among games. What's your experience with Breath of the Wild before I ask that question? Because I want to know. I always try to do my best to know my audience, and that generally means asking what people's experiences are with Breath of the Wild. I have people from all walks of life, and like all venues of experience. I've had people who are new to Breath of the Wild, and I've had people that are veterans of it. I've had many veterans stop by. I think it's a great game. 100% experience, perhaps. It's good, but there are definitely things that could be better about it in the long term. Okay, where is our next Korok seed? And I'm keeping an eye on commentary. Once enough time has passed, I will probably refer back to my art question from earlier. It's like over here. Let's go ahead and grab that. Let's go ahead and make our way toward that Korok seed. I will let my timers do the work they're supposed to do and not try to get ahead of them. Okay, so while I wait on the reply to that question, and of course nobody is obligated to reply to anything I say. That's the beauty about Twitch and YouTube. The nice thing about this platform is that it is very lurker friendly, and I love my lurkers. They make up the backbone of all of my streams. I'm happy that people are even here at all. But my question from earlier, and I'll repeat it again since there are more people here now who may not have heard it when I asked it. What do you guys think about art styles in games, and do you have a preference? Are you a cel-shaded or stylized art enjoyer? I think of like Stardew Valley or, Wind Waker, or like the cel-shaded look. Or are you a photorealistic person? Do you like realism in games when it comes to like the graphic elements of the game? Let me go back and read the chat here. Great, thanks. Great to be here. Glad you're here. I played both like crazy for years. Completely valid. Breath of the Wild is a great game. Honestly, all I played, it introduced me back into single-player games. Tears of the Kingdom is great. And I like Elden Ring and Skyrim, but Breath of the Wild... hold on. Because I have to take into account the thing you just said. You said you've played Breath of the Wild like crazy for years. Okay, there we go. Yep, read it correctly. Tears of the Kingdom is great. and I like Elden Ring and Skyrim, but Breath of the Wild will always be your favorite game. That is completely fair. I do enjoy Breath of the Wild. My favorite Zelda game is, Skyward Sword. I know, the black sheep of the series. But I quite enjoyed the story direction of the game more than anything else. And of course, there's definitely some nostalgia bias from when I was a teenager. That's also in there. And you like Elden Ring, huh? I too enjoy Elden Ring. Man, there's just something about a great FromSoft game that's kind of hard to describe to people. Like, I can describe it to someone who's not a Souls junkie. Oh, I gotta be quick. Dang it. So close. It's so far. And also we gotta deal with the skeletons ruining our day. Nice. There are 3 of them? Of course there are 3 of them. There's 2 of them. Where's the 3rd? Come around this way, good sir. Thank you. My advice with stall enemies is just always headshot them. That will make your life much easier. And if you practice doing it early on, you will definitely get better at it over time. I have gotten very good at shooting off the heads of many stall enemies. Stall Lizalfos are like the most complicated ones, but they just dart around and move like crazy. They're kind of meant to give bow users a bad time.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
Okay, that was the 5-minute warning before the ad break. But let me go ahead and reply to some statements first, and then I'll do like the brief warning about that. I kind of lost my train of thought. Super random question. Honestly, no need to answer, but do you like reading? Random questions are fine by me. Do I like reading? I enjoy reading, but I'm more of an audiobook person these days. Reading fantasy and all fantasy gaming are like your favorite hobbies. Wondering somehow if you liked it also? Yeah, I'm more of an audiobook person, but I can get into a good book. I've got a couple. Uno momento, per favore. I will bring one of those books, assuming I can find them. I'll have to bring it back during the ad break, actually. I'm pretty sure they're out on the general family bookshelf, but sorry, so many typos. No problem. I do my best to always try to read everyone's sentences as though the typos weren't there. It just might take me a second to phrase it right. Your hands are cold? I hope they get warm sooner rather than later. I'm sorry that they're cold. Typing with cold fingers is not a fun experience. I have a copy of a Warcraft book called The Sundering. It might be actually it's the Shattering. I take that back. And I have The Boy Who Could Fly. I like to read some books, but my taste in books can be fairly eclectic. They're not exactly the most common books to read in the whole wide world. Or sometimes I'll read, John Milton's Paradise Lost. Like, my book tastes can be a bit all over the place. But audiobooks are generally more my cup of tea. Just because I like hearing things. It's the better sense. I wear these glasses. And even though I can read, of course I can read with my glasses on, I've got astigmatism. Everything's a blurry, kind of a blurry blob when I don't have them on. So audiobooks have just always generally been the preference. Plus, I generally tend to read a lot more for information anyway. I am a fallen or former STEM major. I read a lot of lab reports, a lot of academic research articles, that sort of thing. So reading was never particularly a joyous activity, even if I enjoyed what I read. It became more of a job or task. But I always enjoy the audiobooks, and I can't wait until I'm able to actually build an audiobook library. So I've probably got about a minute. We take ad breaks here on the channel. We do multi-stream to Twitch, and the ad breaks are to help keep, the pre-roll down on Twitch. Oh, all right. Thanks for answering. Thank you for asking. Just sub, by the way. Thank you for subbing. Much appreciated. And I do my best to try to thoroughly answer each statement that comes across the chat. I'll often go back and answer if I don't think I've answered thoroughly. I try to do my best in that regard. I've got maybe about 40 seconds, so I need to do this real quick. I basically only play ads on Twitch during ad breaks, and it's about 3 minutes long. I'm generally away from my desk, so I always encourage everybody to get up, stretch, grab a snack, tell a loved one you love them, maybe kiss them on the cheek, that sort of thing. Because I will most certainly be doing any and or all or none of those things during my 3-minute break. Thank you guys for your patience, and see you guys after the ad break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I happened to be away from my desk for a little bit longer than I was intending. So sorry about that. Thankfully, we don't have much if, well, I have to be careful, because I don't want an ad break coming during the last hour. Give me 1 second, because all of my timers and such are based on the real-world clock. So we're gonna go ahead and shut down this and this. Okay, because we're streaming in the morning. A lot of my timers are based on the midday and everything. Because I automate stuff here. It's gotten a lot better over the years. I'm extremely grateful that that stuff is more automated on the channel now. So I'm not spending every hour filling the void of every single second commenting on constant commands and channel features. We can just shoot the breeze with the real subjects. Am I right or am I right? And don't boo me, because I'm right. Jesting aside, I think we've stared at a Korok long enough. Let's move on to our next one. Which is like, interestingly, it's probably like, is that like the first or the second rung? Let me make sure I've actually answered everything. Yeah, it looks like I've caught up, and or there hasn't been anything new to reply to. Where can I go next? Because you know, trying to continue on 50 different like subjects or 50 different conversations with various different stop points. That's never an easy task. Did I actually answer this? I guess this is a general question I can ask people. You know, do you guys enjoy reading? Or are you more of an audiobook person? Or like, meh, no, I just don't read much literature, if anything. These days, I'm only reading, if I'm reading, it's for like 2 or 3 things, if that. 1, information, because I always read for information. 2, for my own political safety, because if I don't read, I can end up on a wellness farm, and I don't want that. That's about as geopolitical as I want to get for the time being, by the way. And 3, I'll read things that other people send me. If you want me to read something, I'll read it. I kind of do that on request, you know. But I won't, that's not like a stream thing. That's just generally the way I behave. Someone's like, hey, would you mind reading this? I'm like, okay, sure, I'll read it. And if they want a report back on what I have to say about it, I'll be more than happy to do that too. I enjoy reading, but I enjoy reading it when it's not a job. When it doesn't feel like a job. But also I don't go out of my way to read either. I'm definitely more of an audiobook person. Okay, it's definitely like down here. Where's the next one? Like way over there? Oh, no. Hold on. We definitely don't want to be shield surfing on that shield. Let's use a different one. One. I'm gonna have to farm some more. I'm gonna have to farm some more arrows. Nice. Because I don't mind a good book. I really don't. I guess I just enjoy other things more. Maybe that's a better way of saying it. I don't mind reading, and there are things that I do find enjoyable about reading, but I definitely have other activities I prefer more. I'm a big gamer. I love my games. I kind of view games like, especially video games, because I'm an RPG enthusiast. It's what I enjoy doing. I kind of view RPGs as books you can play with. You know, you can, I'm willing to bet that, oh, some of the wings scorched. Not good. Although you think fire key swings would not burn up, but I guess that's not how the qualities of flame work, or how the qualities of biology work once something is dead or gone. Anyway, I just enjoy other activities more. I like to think of games as this. It's like a storybook. It's like an interactive storybook. And I know I overheard a doll moblin. Let's go ahead and fix that. And pick up the ingredients we're seeing. And then I think here will begin our most, like, difficult thing ever. You know, outside of, like, Eventide Isle or some other stuff. Only a hero bearing this ancient orb shall be granted the right of trial on Risk Peninsula. Do we I think we have some hasty milk somewhere flying around? No, we already used that. Okay, nope. So now, here begins the long and painfully arduous process of escorting an orb over to the shrine. We might be able to bypass some camps, but we're definitely not going to be able to bypass all of them. You gonna come over here, Sir Moblin? Alright, come on then. Show me what you're made of. You're still wielding that stick, right? No, you have dropped it. Okay, they are actually, like, waking up for realsies. Gotta focus so this situation doesn't get too much worse. And I also gotta keep an eye on the orb there. Man. Let's not get too far away from the orb. We're definitely going to have to fight all the remaining ones from here on out. Is that a land Octorok? I'm questioning everything. It reminds me of that book that you'll find in Skyrim where it's like, it talks about someone who underwent a trial for Sheogorath the Mad, and at the end of the trial, the man was questioning whether or not Sheogorath was trying to poison him from the petals on a flower or the colors in space. That, you know, Sheogorath wasn't mad, or that he was already mad to begin with. Dang it. Alright, come on, Sir Moblin, come back this way. Show me what you're made of. I guess you shouldn't taunt people on horseback, huh? Anyway, our goal is to get across, or is to, our goal is to carry this thing all the way over to that platform there, and we've got a long way to go before we're able to get all the way there. And this area is filled to the gills with enemies. And there will also be many things that you'll want to collect and can't. You just kind of have to either have a movement speed buff and ignore it all, or you're going to have to put down the orb every single bloody time you want to, every time you have to fight something. And you don't want it rolling in the water, you got to start all over again, all the way from over there. I do want to thank everybody for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. I don't normally stream at this hour. I am usually an afternoon East Coast person. I am generally live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Sometimes Sunday, but for the large part, it's at least Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I mainly stream to a European audience who is generally either live and home from work at that time, but you know, I appreciate the fact that people did decide to stop by today. It always amazes me and surprises me that, you know, even though I'm not gonna get that second one, let's not have this roll into the water. Even though I could stream at a totally different time and manage to get at least 1 or 2 new people just from streaming at a different time, which I always think is impressive. And this is coming from a guy who used to stream at 7 at night because he wanted to cultivate an American audience. Well, not that I don't want to cultivate my American peers into my audience or anything, but I'm happy with my European audience. I truly am. Hey there, Nabro. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Come on in. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay here. What's your experience with Breath of the Wild like, if you don't mind my asking? I always try to get to know my audience, and that includes their familiarity with the title that's being streamed and everything. I've had people from with all walks of experience with the game. I've had people who are veterans, I've had people who are new, I've had people who've played it some. My audience has generally run the gamut of all possible modes of experience with the game. I'm wanting to be extra careful. I don't want to waste arrows on this. Come here. Come here, Sir Moblin. Don't throw it, don't throw it, don't throw it. Wanting to be careful so that they don't do that. Oh, that was super close. But, well, in case people are new here to the game, welcome to Breath of the Wild. Nice. I love that for me. Welcome on into Breath of the Wild. It is the modern cult classic of an experience for the Legend of Zelda franchise, and it is the first of two open world games made for this franchise. And can I just say that there are a lot of good things to talk about with Breath of the Wild. It's gone a long way toward rectifying a lot of the problems that the innate lore for the series had. It also, not only did it rectify a lot of problems, but it also went a long way toward fixing some of the representation issues that say the Goron and the Gerudo members have in this series, generally speaking. How, like, Gorons are very virile depictions of dwarves, generally speaking. Like the fantasy dwarf, which is by and large a depiction of, I want to say, it's a depiction of Germanic people, who are generally, who are often seen as barbaric and violent, which is not at all the case. It's just the depiction. I'm describing the depiction here. Let's go ahead and cut across right now, rather than walk around and waste a whole bunch of time. Let's not do that. Is this a Korok? This has got to be a Korok seed. Sure is. Or Nintendo's history with Islam hasn't always been the best either. Referring back to way earlier Gerudo iconography. And by, it's not that they undermined Islam, it's that they just appropriated it without thinking twice. So, yeah. Nintendo does not have the best history with Islam, but it has gotten better over the years, and I think that's a good thing. Breath of the Wild gets a lot of things right. I would say by and far the cultural reset on the depictions of the species and their relation with Link, I think, is a good thing. Because I think it's important that, you know, the species aren't just feckless caricatures. They actually have causes. They have, you know, examples of higher paragons, like the champions. They aren't all just they aren't inferior people. Nice blessing shrine. I'll take one of these. What are you holding here, Retog? What you got for me? I will never say no to a giant ancient core, especially now that we have access to the ancient oven, because we respect Jaren around here. Bro, saying a whole lot of nothing. I mean, that is what streaming is sometimes. And welcome on in, Mike. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Yep, sometimes you gotta say a whole lot of nothing, but at least the idea is that some of that nothing will move the conversation forward in some capacity or another. To distill my earlier point into something short, I'm glad that Breath of the Wild exists. I am glad that Nintendo took the steps that it took in order to rectify the cultural issues that its IP tends to have with the world at large. And I am glad that a lot of people enjoyed the game. Now, I always like to ask this of my audience, because I like to get to know everyone a bit better. Mike, what is your experience with Breath of the Wild? Are you new with the series, or are you new to Breath of the Wild, or to The Legend of Zelda, or are you a veteran of the game? I've had people from all different walks of experience come into the channel, and I'm always curious as to what the experience with the game is, because it helps me tune my discussions toward my audience. I'm gonna go back and then run back to where this Korok seed is. If people want to follow along with the 100% or with the full completion experience, there are 900 of these puppies, and I need to update the count. It's 720. Here we go. Count's all updated, and I'll do one final count, after the stream ends and everything. What was I saying? I memory hold whatever I was going to say. It happens occasionally on stream. Actually, it happens a lot more than that, but, Can't go around admitting that to just the whole masses. Oops, wait, I just did that. Anyway, I always try to tune my discussions toward the audience, and I like to think we generally have some good discussions while we're here. We've talked about things today ranging from, what everyone's favorite Legend of Zelda title is to, the what are people's preferences with graphic design in games. Are we more of a cel-shaded type of person? Do we enjoy cel-shaded stuff, or are we a photorealist? Which I don't know if I ever actually answered that question in full and in a succinct one-phrase answer, so I'll say it again. I consider myself a photorealist. I quite enjoy the graphical appeal of, like, the Metroid Prime series. What is this? This feels like a... No, but it's not. Okay. Yep, got it. Alright, let's head over here. Not get caught up in distractions. I quite enjoy photorealism in games. Nice. Thanks, Sir Hog. Really thankful for that push. And Metroid Prime is like a relatively realistic-looking game. Xenoblade Chronicles X is something where the game looks somewhat realistic and sci-fi, and I quite enjoy that. Mass Effect is another one where the game looks not quite photorealistic, but it is grounded in realism, and I enjoy the graphical designs that come with it. That doesn't mean I dislike fantasy titles or that I don't enjoy, high fantasy. It's that my preference is always for something that looks or feels more realistic. At least to me. Okay, so our second Korok seed is like right over here somewhere. Go ahead and put a pin there. Saying a whole lot of nothing is also my specialty, by the way. That's not a good thing, but it is something I'm fairly good at, is saying a whole lot of nothing. And that is by and large part just how the internet works, is word salads and nothing are quite common. You gotta get the 50 Twitter disclaimers out there, right? I'm looking for a metallic cube. There it is. Because if you don't, cancellation is like a real thing, and you should be held accountable for the gnarly things you're saying. If you're saying something that... If you're just being a general piece of human garbage. Like, people should hold you to account for that. Now, where is... It's like... I'm willing to bet it's this one. I'm willing to bet it's this gap right here. Because parallelism in architecture is a real thing. Yeah. Called it. So I often do have to put a lot of disclaimers on things that I say. I just think it's a good idea to do that. But as a result of putting disclaimers on things I'm saying, and you know, the additional being constantly self-aware that you're saying things and being engaged in a on the meta level with all the conversations you're having is exhausting. Let's go ahead and update that counter again. It's something I definitely wish I did less of. But for me to do less of that would require me to be open to accepting some risks, right? If you say something, if I don't take the opportunity to check myself or to put the disclaimers out there, you will get canceled. Sometimes people come out on top when they're canceled, and that's usually a good indicator of the canceling attempt either didn't work or wasn't right in the first place, or you know, a lot more people don't survive. If it's heinous enough, a person will get canceled over it. Although, I don't know, I guess that's something else I can comment on, and this kind of leaves the game and goes to the real world. When it comes to, like, canceling others, I would only cancel someone, or only, like, participate in canceling someone who has, like, a legitimate reason to be canceled. An opinion is not a reason to be canceled. Being an anti-human piece of garbage is more of a reason to cancel someone. If someone is stealing, or I could go on and on, but if people are breaking the law or being generally indecent human beings, then the cancellation, whether or not the cancellation sticks, will by and large depend on how people's principles pair up to the bad action in question, and the recipient of the cancellation's ability, the cancelee's ability to mitigate and control the outcomes of being canceled. We're at an age now where I think I'm waiting for the ring to kind of let up a bit before I grab this. We're at an age now where I think it's both important that we hold people socially accountable, and we're at an age where if you don't pair it up with actions in the real world, canceling someone on social media doesn't do... It's coming out more and more that it just does jack squat. Mr. Beast is a person whose cancellation has not really hurt him in the way that it should hurt him. Trying to think of some others. Like Asmongold is another where people attempted to cancel him and it ended up bounding back in the people who engaged in cancel culture's face. It's made him a stronger and more well-represented streamer than ever before. And I don't really have much of an opinion on Mr. Asmongold other than some of his takes are garbage and some of them are not so much garbage. Because he's speaking to, like, the human aspects of things. That's really about it. I watch political commentary on YouTube, but I try my best to kind of, like, just stay out of it. It's not it. Hello, I did not mean to do that. That stinks. We're gonna have to grab the climbing gear. I will say that while I am generally trying to avoid being geopolitical, this is kind of like on the skirts or boundaries of what it is geopolitical. Hello, Kilton. I should probably try to stop by and, like, start exchanging currency. Go over here and try not to burn up too much energy. I sure hope it's not going to ask me to go around the other side of this. I'm a humanitarian. First and foremost, I believe in mitigating the suffering of other human beings wherever you can help it. As long as you legally can do so. Or even if you can't legally do so, sometimes you should still, you know, mitigate the suffering of other human beings anyway. Because we only live one life and we all only have one planet to share. So we should try to take care of each other. And not tear each other down. But also try to create or craft or sculpt a better society and not just be content with human suffering being what it is. Hi, Kilton. Ah, it's just you. You startled me. My monster shop is now open for business. Seeing as how you're a first-time customer here at Fang and Bone, our first order of business will be to convert your monster parts to Mon. What is Mon? Mon is a currency I invented to destabilize the market and fight the establishment. Just kidding. There's no establishment in Hyrule. I just love monsters so much that I turn them into money. Here's the deal. If you bring me monster parts, I'll exchange them for Mon. I'm the only business in Hyrule that accepts Mon as payment. Pretty exclusive, eh? Anyway, you can spend your Mon on various types of monster gear that I've created based on my research. Ah, another thing. I'm always developing new monster gear, so remember to check back in between your adventures. So let's exchange the monster parts you have for Mon. Monster parts? Monster parts are the things that monsters drop when they expire. You know, horns, fangs, eyes. The color and the size may differ a bit, but they're all monster parts. The more rare they are, the more Mon they're worth. So let's exchange them. Sure. Oh, thank you very much. So, now, what will you exchange for Mon? Lionel guts? How many are you willing to give me? Just one. That comes out to 100 Mon. Deal? Thank you for converting your monster parts into Mon. Now then, how can Fang and Bone meet your monstrous needs today? Let's spend. Da-da-da! I've developed a killer piece of monster gear. I call it the Lionel Mask. Lionels are monsters that are half man, half horse. They are absolutely vicious. They wield a multitude of weapons with incredible strength and grace. If I was a monster, I'd want to be a Lionel for sure. Actually, I was almost killed by a Lionel while designing this mask. It was one of the best moments of my life. Anyhow, this incredible mask can fool Lionels into thinking you're one of them. Try it for yourself. It's quite a rush. Your current balance is 100 Mon. What monster gear would you like to buy? So, monster extracts. This is how you get them. It's the only way you get them. Monster extracts are used for recipes. There are, I believe, 6 total recipes? 5. 5 total recipes with monster extract. So the things that we're going to buy are going to be all the masks. We're going to buy all the masks, all of them. We're going to buy the monster bridle and saddle when we get the chance. We have to turn in a lot of monster parts to make this happen, though. Lots of Lionel guts will be involved. We'll buy the spring-loaded hammer. but it doesn't do much. I'll talk about the spring-loaded hammer when we get it. And then, if you want wooden mops, this is how you get it. And then the monster extract. We're going to buy 5 of these for the 5 recipes. That'll be 45 bond, please. Did you need anything else? Let's exchange for some mon then. We're going to... Ooh, we can exchange the scales. Ooh, we should definitely do that. Because we don't really... I'll keep, like... Are there any monster ingredients that are... Or any, scales that are used for this? Where are the pictures? Yeah, I'm glad I looked at this. There are pictures, but we just want the cookbook. Dragon parts and other... Okay, let's talk about the dragon part. And, like, other stuff. So, when you're putting dragon scales into recipes, the reason that you'll often want to incorporate one is so you can get a critical effect in cooking. This is a bit of a... We're definitely going to be talking a lot for a few minutes, so if you guys are more interested in action, feel free to, like, come back in a few minutes when I'm done explaining some things. So... all of the rare monster parts that come from dragons, as well as star fragments, will have a critical proc attached to them. The only other thing that is technically not a dragon part or a monster part or just general food is a fairy, and fairies always add hearts and 30 seconds to the timer. If you guys want to know more about the ingredient metadata information I'm referring to when I'm talking about this, for you guys on Twitch, please feel free to type in !BOTWING Breath of the Wild ingredient info, and you'll get the links to the recipe book that I use, as well as the ingredient metadata spreadsheets that I've found on the internet. For you guys on YouTube, you'll want to type in asterisk BOTWINGMETA. That will bring up the meta information that I'm using to talk about this stuff. Go ahead and take a drink real quick. But let's do a bit of a deep dive. So, the 4 dragon parts are scales, claws, fangs, and horns. Make sure I'm looking at the camera as well. So, each one of those will give a certain number of hearts, and the closer to the front of the head it is, the stronger it is, generally speaking. And the timer or the extra time added to the duration of the food or elixir you're making will also increase by a corresponding amount. Horns do the most. They appear to give 3 3/4 hearts, and increase the time to 30 minutes, which is I'm pretty sure the maximum possible duration for a food or an elixir item ever. The fangs are also pretty good. We'll probably keep the fangs here, or the fang and the horn, and we'll just get rid of the scales. Because the scales are very basic. Let's go ahead and buy that. Or sell those. But the star fragments don't have an extra, like, HP effect, but they do add a minute and 30 to the timer. So you use star fragments mainly for critical procs. Now we get to the fun part. Let's talk about the critical effects. There are 6 critical effects. Again, this is all found in the ingredient meta information, so it's not like I know it and someone else. I knew it first and someone else, just put together all this for me. No, a lot of people knew this a lot more than I did, but I'm happy to have the resource now when talking about it. The bonus effects that are possible on crit, and crits can just happen natively when you're cooking things, by the way, but it's a much lower percentage normally. The dragon parts and the star fragments force a critical to exist. It goes to 100%, and only one critical bonus effect can be on an item at a time. The bonus effects possible are 3 additional hearts, 1 additional temporary heart, 2/5 additional stamina, 2/5 additional temp stamina, 1 additional effect tier on all types, so it boosts the effect by 1 tier if possible, or 5 minutes of additional duration. Nothing too out of the ordinary, right? But, I mean, 2/5 additional temp stamina, an extra effect on an extra tier on the effect, or 5 minutes of extra duration are not half bad. And the nice thing about those is that the critical effects is it doesn't matter what you use. If you're just fishing for crits, then a scale is perfectly reasonable. It's perfectly fine to have. But by far the best ones to use are dragon horns. You get the 3 3/4 hearts, and you get the 30 minutes of. You get the max duration on timer. It's just the horns are the best thing you could be doing. Period. The best thing you could be using. Period. And the chart or the metadata information I'm using does go over information related to pretty much all the different effects, but I don't know if it goes over crits all that much. Like, I'm looking at this, and just looking at everything here, it doesn't look like it explains the crits all that well, if anything. Oh, and one other thing that's very critically important, and something you should definitely want to pay attention to. Monster food. Like the soup, the stew, the curry, the rice balls, or the cake. There are never bonus effects from a crit applied to monster food at all. You are cooking monster food for the HP and for the novelty, and that's it. I do not recommend cooking monster food in pretty much all other instances. Cooking regular normal food is just always better. It's worth trying and experimenting, and if you're if you're wanting to follow along with the with the Let's Play and everything, we are gonna cook everything, and we are gonna be making all the monster food, but it is certainly not. If we were just playing this for funsies, I certainly would not even bother with the monster elixirs or extracts. I wouldn't bother making monster food. It just doesn't do anything else other than HP. In so far as I have experimented with or have read about. Who knows? Maybe in the midst of our playthrough, I'll find something no one else has, or, I'll, correct the record on what I have found, or what I've found to be true, but for now at least, you mostly make the monster food for healing purposes. Now that I've gotten that little bit of a PSA out of the way, why don't we get back to exchanging some money. Speaking of, let's see, 229? 300 fangs sounds decent. 300 of any monster part should be more than plenty. And then you definitely don't need this many fangs. 325 of them. We're gonna have more than enough mon to buy everything, I think. $136 talons. And then I believe the last one I want to like sell is 85 wings. Anything else? Worth knowing that you can actually sell monster extract back for like something like 26%, 26% of the overall value. If you've made a mistake, don't recommend. Don't sell that stuff. Thank you, Saribot, for banning that bot evader. Much appreciated. This isn't worth that isn't worth doing. Let's spend our 4,500 mon, shall we? I think we could actually just afford to buy most of this out. Ah, classic. Let's go ahead and read the text too. Kilton handmade this saddle. Apparently had some sort of monstrous horse in mind as he worked on it. It looks strange, but it is certainly usable. Would you like anything else? Yes, I like the bridle. This bridle was handmade by Kilton, but it looks like he may have had some monstrous horse in mind when he made it. It includes a mask that conceals the horse's head. I want to get the armor from him. Oh, are you talking about the masks? Yeah, the masks are certainly a novelty, if nothing else, right? Back, by the way, I'm back. If you're live for a bit longer, I've got about 9 minutes before I'm gonna like go ahead. The dark armor. Oh, there's more stuff. I forget. Bear type. Maybe you can help me with this. And good to see you again, by the way. That's totally fair, bear type. Do you know if Kilton changes wares based on location? Like, I know sometimes he's like, is it based on location or is it just based on, you know, time passing? If you don't know, that's also fine. I'm just merely curious because I have not dealt with Kilton too much. Go ahead and grab all of these as well. Kilton's handmade Lionel headgear. It's so well crafted, it could deceive a real Lionel. Equip it to blend it with Lionels, but don't linger too long. Those beasts are smart. I think because you saw him in Gerudo too, but you don't know really. Fair enough. I guess we get to find that little detail out together in future streams, Kilton's handmade Lizalfos headgear. It's designed to replicate the unique tongue and horn of the Lizalfos. Equip it to blend in with the Lizalfos. So all of the generic mob masks. Yay, Lionel mask. Now you are a furry. I am the furthest thing from a furry, I'll have you know, but I appreciate the good tongue-in-cheek joke, No shame to anyone who's a furry either, for the record. I'm just not about that life. I think these all same... Okay, there's some of these that are basically the same sentence. No offense to them, just came to your mind. Yeah, no, I totally get it. Furries are more than welcome in here. All I ask is that you know, you don't go overboard with a chat about some of the more explicit things of the furry fandom. That's really all I can ask. So rather than read all of these statements that are the same, let's just read the ones that are different. This moblin mask is designed to replicate the moblin's distinct long nose and large horn. Moblins do be having long pig-like or anteater-like noses. And it's almost charming in a cute, monstrous kind of way. No commentary on the moblins, the bokoblins' features. Game, don't be that way. And then this thing. This strange hammer is one of Kilton's specialties. Being struck by it doesn't hurt much, but the fourth swing in a string of attacks will send the victim flying. I will buy this, so that we can, like. Did you need anything else? Goodbye. Does the hammer do anything different? So it has like a hilarious knockback thing. Do you have any more goods, Mr. Kilton? No, I have to find you at a different location, it looks like. All right, let's go find an enemy, and I'll demonstrate this to you. I guess we can try... There's like a little encampment we can look at in the... just shy of the fairy fountain. We could try that. But yeah, it doesn't do much damage. You can have an attack power buff, but is this 4 a.m. for me? It is almost 5 a.m. for me. I'm definitely feeling the fatigue, but we've got 5 minutes. I'm gonna make it through. Promise, folks. Let's find an enemy so I could talk about this thing, because does this thing have... Yeah, it's a one-handed swing pattern. It's the same as any one-handed weapon. It just doesn't deal much damage, and the whole point is to knock things over. Okay, I have found our target, and I will now demonstrate this for folks, provided we get the straggler out of here. It even comes with a funny sound, too. I'll demonstrate that again. Yep, that's it. That's the effect. That's what it does. You can kill enemies with this, but I don't recommend doing it the normal way. I recommend standing next to a cliff or something and, like, knocking the enemy off the cliff or into a body of water or something. I don't recommend trying to kill an enemy this way. I am gonna keep this thing and put it in the house back at Hateno Village, but for ha-has, for the hoo-has, but that's, you know, neither here nor there. I think this is a fine way to end off our stream for today. I don't know if the hammer is worth it. It's definitely not. But it is a neat novelty. Yeah, it's a cool item. And if you enjoy funny novelty effects, you will like the hammer. I just don't recommend it for serious gameplay. Let's do ourselves a favor. That's not what I wanted to do. You know what? Goodbye and good night, Sir Bokoblin. Yeah, one attack power is not good anything past red enemy's health, and only just barely. I see what you did there, by the way. Imagine fighting a Lionel with only this hammer. It would... Actually, I don't know what the durability on the hammer is. It's either like as durable as like a standard club, or it's like one of the more durable weapons ever. Let me look that up for you so that I can, you know, talk about that as well. Because if this thing is like as durable as, say, the Master Sword, You know, you could keep going. If it's as durable as like a cobble crusher or a boulder breaker, that's also kind of a good thing. BMTW. Spring-loaded hammer. Okay. And if we look at this in the wiki, okay, so according to the ZeldaDungeon.net wiki, this is exactly where I'm taking my information from, so people can feel free to go look it up for themselves. It has 80 durability, and that means it is the most durable melee weapon in the entire game. Which is just wild. So no, you can have loads of fun with this thing, the hammer. It'll go and go and go and go and go forever. You would have to like throw it at things to even threaten to break it. It's quite the novelty. Do I still recommend you get more than one of these? No. But you can at least buy them from Kilton, and they're like something he has pretty much at all times. If people are wondering what I'm doing, by the way, I am traveling to the house. Yes, the hammer has that much durability. That is funny. The problem with Europe and US, when it's like 12 to 6 p.m., that's like morning in the US, and no one is streaming in the morning. I have thought about streaming in the morning myself, but the thing is I have to update the counter. But the thing is that I'm not a morning person. I could adapt my sleep schedule to that, but then what have I done outside of like making things more inconsistent for myself? Streaming is definitely a bit of an art when it comes to I did not need to make this jump. Streaming is definitely a bit of an art when it comes to, you know, working out a schedule for yourself. You always have to adapt, and if you're trying to actually pursue an audience, you kind of need to follow trends. You need to follow your own heuristic data, and if your data says, I'm very popular at night, even though you're a morning person, then you need to figure out how to stream at night. You actually need to learn how to do that. And that can be challenging. You can go ahead and immortalize this thing in there. Now we have a toy hammer. In fact, I'm gonna take a nice picture of it, because we haven't taken a picture of it yet anyway. And now it's immortalized forever. It'll never leave as long as I leave it in the case. But it is something, the streaming in the morning is something I've thought about. I just wish I were a morning person. And, you know, my audience wasn't predicated on me streaming in the afternoon. Although, realistically, the European and like Oceania audience are already kind of active during this hour anyway, right? And that's the audience I've come to cultivate. And ironically, if there are people in America who are up at this hour anyway, you know, I've technically widened my audience by virtue of streaming in the morning. I'm just not a morning person. It would completely wreck how I do things in my little part of our pond that is the planet Earth. Kind of stinks, really, but it is what it is. I want to thank you guys. You said Sizzling is Filipino, right? Yeah, I'm 99% confident he said that himself. I wonder what time it is for him when you're live normally. Like about 1 or 2 in the morning, if I remember right. It's like really late. And like it's a struggle. it's a struggle for him to even like be here, and that's totally understandable. And likewise, Mr. Sizzling Seal, who I will give a shout out to again. Our lovely chap, Mr. Sizzling Seal, he's streaming when I'm sleeping, or he's like, he's streaming in the morning when I'm most definitely like 6 or 7 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and I've not even had a cup of coffee yet. And sometimes I don't even wake until 10. Although again, my sleep schedule's kind of been all over the place lately. I will fix that eventually. Really? But he's in your streams a lot? That he is. And it's I'm very deeply appreciative that Sizzling Seal is even here at all, despite the, how complicated it is for his schedule. I really do appreciate that. And Sizzling Seal, if you're listening to this VOD, greetings, and thank you. And thank you to everybody, for that matter, for being here. You guys are my rock. My world. You're the guy. You guys are the ones that keep me going in all this. Talking to you guys has been the best thing for my mental health ever since I've started this whole streaming journey. I'm truly, genuinely mean that. I do stream for you guys. I want you to know that. But I, in large part, also stream for myself, because being in this messed up world with only a handful of people to talk to is maddening for me. I crave contact with people. I like talking with people. And you guys are an outlet for that. So thank you for being that outlet for me. But I hope you're getting something out of this whole thing as well. Now, it's 5 in the morning. I gotta get ready for I think I mentioned this in the Discord, but I'm going to go ahead and say it again, just in case. I have an event later this afternoon, and I'm being picked up in roughly 2 hours from now to go attend that event. So I want to make sure I'm nice, ready, showered, and all that fun stuff for that event. I'll give you guys some pictures in the Discord. Don't you worry about that. It's going to be fun time. And it'll give you a little bit of a window into my own world. If you guys like this content, and you hadn't done so already, it is the end of the stream and everything, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube, and I promise I will get to the bottom of why these alerts aren't working, and I'll figure out what I can do about something that's not obnoxious for the follower alerts, because I think everyone does enjoy the little noises that all the alerts make. I'll think of something. Don't worry about it. Do I want to do this next part? Honestly, I probably need to already be like heading into the shower and getting ready and everything. So I normally like to do shout outs for people to go check out, but I kind of need to be a good manager of my time today. So I actually am probably going to cut and run here. You guys have been amazing. Thank you so much. My name is Coinstamp. Goodbye and see you next stream. Thank you, and I appreciate it. I'm glad you could make it, Bear Type. And bye. Take care of yourself, Bear Type. This has been another episode, a morning episode, but an episode nonetheless of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We're in episode number 44, I think? We've been at this a long time, I could tell you that. We've been at this longer than I thought I would. Actually, that's not even true. Don't let me lie to you. I did think we would probably be at this game a particularly long time, and it shows. If you guys want to, stay up to date with my schedule and everything, please, there will be some links to my link tree in the description. Consider joining the Discord. That's where my streaming calendar is. It's like the best place to keep up with my schedule and everything. Granted, this week hasn't been perfect. or anything, but I would say that the streaming calendar is generally accurate. It's a Google Calendar. You could set it up, sync it with your phone if you're an Android user, all that fun stuff. And I'm more than happy to field questions for that as well. But thank you guys. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there, my senators and inductees. You are welcome in my hallowed halls, whether that be my DMs or, you know, my Discord server, anytime, anywhere, any place, as long as I'm not in a crisis or something. And that'll do it. See you guys later, and goodbye.